Call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please do a roll call.
Ms. Drummond.
It's present, but I have a frozen screen.
Okay. Mr. Birch.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Ms. Johnston. Here. Mr. Trainee.
Here.
Mr. Flynn. Present. Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Here.
Ms. Osiander. Ms. Osiander is joining us on the phone.
Yes, just for a matter of the record, Ms. Osiander is sick and decided not to share that with us, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander.
Thank you, ma'am. Next order of business is Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Flynn, would you lead us in the pledge, please, sir?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Next item in business, minutes of previous meetings. We have regular minutes meeting of August 17th, 2010.
Second.
Any discussion on those minutes? Any objection to approval of those minutes? If not, Madam Clerk, the minutes reflect those items were approved as read, as introduced to us. Next one is the minutes of August 31st, 2010.
Move to approve. Second.
Any discussion from assembly members? Any objection to approval of those items? Seeing none, those minutes are approved as given to us. Thank you. And the clerk wants to remind you to make sure you use your buttons. We now have Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple things. Over the weekend, I was pleased to join in with Assemblymember Flynn and other elected officials and contributors and community activists in opening the Mountain View Library, which is going to be just an absolutely fantastic addition to that community, and very well attended. And they said already that the kids are streaming into that facility. I think they're having more library cards out per minute than I think it's like a card every 16 minutes or something like that. So it's going to be a great asset. And this afternoon, I presented at the last Oil and Gas Congress talking about natural gas issues in South Central. And then on the table tonight, we're going to be laying an ordinance conveying a conservation easement for the Campbell Creek Estuary, which has been in the news quite a bit, but pleased to report we've had very good negotiations with Great Land Trust, and we think we've got a deal that gives far more protection to the city than the original deal that we saw, and I think it'll end up being a win-win for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions from the Mayor from Assembly members? Please push your buttons if there is. There doesn't seem to be any now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. We go down to Assembly Chair's report. One thing I want to do is thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand the deal on the Campbell Creek Estuary was Mr. Hall working with you, Mayor, and Dan Coffey, for what I'm told. I just want to thank the three of you guys working with Great Land Trust to make this possible, because I know I was getting a lot of emails, I think the rest of us were, on this estuary. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for making this happen. We appreciate everybody involved. And Ernie, thank you as always, sir. We now go down to committee reports. Harriet?
No reports, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Chris?
No report.
Elvie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The audit committee met last Friday, and I was happy to see that all members were present, in addition to Mr. Holman, who also attended the meeting. The purpose of the meeting was to review and discuss Internal Audit Report 2010-08, billings and collections for the Health Department. The internal auditor reviewed the findings with the committee as reported in the audit, and then the Director of Health and Human Services had the opportunity to discuss the implementation of the findings, and I have a copy if anybody's interested to see what the Health Department plans and have been doing as a result of this audit, and probably even before the audit occurred. The Director also suggested requesting a follow-up audit next year, which I was really happy to hear because I was going to request it, but she did. And also I wanted to bring out, Ms. Osiander, I hope you can hear me pretty well. You had a question regarding hiring an outside contractor to do the billing, and that option is being discussed with the Health Department and the CFO. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ellie. Debbie, are you online still?
I am. I heard that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. I'll get you in a minute, Debbie. I'm working my way down through the line. Jennifer? Thank you. Pat?
Mr. Chairman, it's changed so many times, I'm not sure if I announced the correct date of the next Port Committee meeting, but just to make sure everyone's on the same page, it'll be on Thursday, October 14 at 9 a.m. in room 155 of City Hall.
Thank you, Pat. Anything else, sir?
I would echo the mayor's comments regarding the Mountain View Library opening and thank him for his attendance.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, sir?
Just the real
Sorry, Bill. You were sitting back. Bill, go ahead. Then I'll get to Ernie. No, you were back out of my line of fire. Bill, go ahead.
I would no way want to usurp you.
Well, it's a little bit of a rant, quite honestly. As Budget and Finance Chair, I was a little distressed to start to hear the frequency and the tone of the police union's group towards perhaps perceptions of budget cuts and all of that. And I just want to reiterate, most likely on this record, and then I will, as we hear the budget from October 1st presentation, which is this Friday, that it's my intention and through this assembly body to make sure we flesh out those spending decisions and the spending plans that the administration is recommending. That's our job, and that's what we do, and I take it pretty seriously. So I want to make sure that the public understands I'll have ample opportunities to engage this body. No fewer than 3 public hearings are scheduled for this. The Budget Advisory Commission has been engaged to put together small work teams and work groups, which has carte blanche to talk to all department heads, employees, the mayor's work team. I met with the CFO twice today. The channels are open. So once we get that budget information, which I don't have yet, I'll be sure I memorize it. And if you need a clearinghouse of information, you can contact me or one of our committee members. I'll put you in the right touch. But the dialogue needs to occur on I wouldn't say a less than up and up affair, but we don't need it being hashed out in the media. We surely don't need it hashed out in the media, from my perception, before we even know the information. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak that way because this is important to us, it's important to me, and I want to make sure the public has their hearing on this and we make the right answers. But I also think it needs to be done within some protocol. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, now to you, sir. I'm sorry about that.
That's quite all right.
Hiding off.
He tends to do that. No, I just officially on the record want to be able to thank the mayor for the outstanding job of due diligence and working through this Campbell Creek estuary. Great Land Trust as well. They've been amazing in what they've done. And the reality is, at the end of the day, when we look at it, all sides acknowledge that we've ended up with a much better proposition for the community here in all ways that it came together. You've got to consider that we're accepting an old homestead here. And as you know, a lot of things tend to collect on old homesteads. And we're at the point now where everybody's very comfortable that this is going to be cleaned up and handled in a way that it's going to be a very clean piece of property that does come to the city. So, Mayor, thank you. Thank you very much for what you've done here.
Thank you. Paul?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Quite busy this month here. Public Safety Committee met the 15th of September. Quite well attended, as well as a pretty action-packed agenda. In fact, so much so that, unfortunately, the Health Department didn't get a chance to give a good presentation because we just ran out of time. So we're going to give them quite a bit of time next month to talk about their role in public safety, particularly all the roles that they fill in the area of infectious diseases and monitoring our public health. We met with members of the representation, the chief of the fire and police, as well as Alcohol Beverage and Control Board came in and talked about some issues and some efforts that they've been making along with our local police department. I'd like to thank the chief and his staff to addressing several, particularly downtown, but they actually did some sweeps across all of Anchorage and found that at least over in my neck of the woods, Mike and I, one of the bartenders didn't even have her TAM card. So they were making some success in some alcohol, I guess you'd say, operations and working within the bars, because as we noticed in the recently, the last couple of weeks, we've had an increase in violence outside of several of our local establishments. And a large part, I'd like to think that they could do a better job as businesses, but at the same time, I think we need to have some regulation. We've discussed the PERF report and emergency service EOC came in, Kevin Spillers, and talked about changes in neighborhood watch and emergency watch and pretty excited about all those things. Also moving in, the Military and Veterans Affairs Liaison went to the annual AUSA lunch with General Palumbo, the new general for the Army post. Going to be quite informative. He's got some good strategies, and I intend to join that group, and hopefully we'll have some good dialogue. And then just this afternoon, my face is probably a little windswept and red, and it is, yes, snowing a little bit on top of Nike Site Summit. Was up there, and their efforts of trying to preserve that as a Cold War historical location, as well as an Anchorage historical location. It's a really good good area, so I hope I encourage the citizens of Anchorage to participate as well.
Paul, that was a good report, but until you got to the white stuff. Elby, you had a question for him?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that I attend the Public Safety Committee meetings because it's of interest to me, and I just want to thank Mr. Holman for always doing a really good job running the meeting, in particular because he always has an agenda, and I think it's important to help meetings run along really smoothly. Good job, Mr. Honeman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No committee report, but I want to jump on the bandwagon of giving thanks to the administration. At the last meeting, I made a plea for the undergrounding information I've been trying to get for quite some time, and I got a call yesterday from the planning department, and that is on its way. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Michaelis, and to the administration for that. I'll be interested to take a look at that. Ms. Osiander, if you want a copy of it, I'll be happy to get it to you as well. Thank you.
Debbie, it's your turn now, ma'am.
Okay, I want to thank Mike for that. Our title of the 21 meeting, the next one is October 7th. We are the adopted chapters will be working on Chapter 4. If anybody's interested in attending, 9:30 to 11:30, excuse me, Planning Department Conference Room.
Harriet has a question for you. Harriet?
Actually, I don't have a question, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment, add a comment when everyone's done.
Okay. Anything else, Debbie? Thank you, ma'am. Get well. Harriet, before I go on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just neglected to say that I did attend on Saturday, September 18th, the Anchorage United for Youth Community Summit at the Denina Center. The municipality and the Assembly have signed on in support of this effort, and I did see Ms. Johnston there, and Ms. Johnston's husband participated also as a mentor to youth. There were a couple of hundred people there, but there were so many other events going on at the same time. I'm sure this affected their attendance because they were clearly prepared for a lot more people. But it was very informative, educational, and at least half the attendees were high school and college folks from Anchorage, and it was really great to interact with these young people and hear what they want for our community and what adults are willing to commit to do for them. So thank you very much. And I also thank the administration for coming through on the Campbell Tract, on the Campbell Creek Estuary, excuse me, not the Campbell Tract, wrong side of town. Thanks very much.
Yeah, we have to watch our language. You might cause heart failure. Anyway, one last item for me would be I went to the recertification of AMATs. As you know, I'm on AMATs. And the feds and the state came in here for recertification meeting. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for having your AMATs people there. There weren't that many people came in to talk about it, but it's important to have it recertified. So thank you, sir. Let's get on down now to addendum to the agenda. If I get a motion to incorporate.
Second.
I'll go through it with you. Item 9A3 is Resolution Error 2010-279, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Rhonda F. Westover for years of service with the Municipal Attorney's Office, Municipality of Anchorage, Assembly members, all of us. And we'll get to that when we get to it. Item 9D6, the same memorandum, AM 521-2010, Amendment Number 4 to the contract with Fire Lake Area Management, Inc. to provide operating and management services for the Harry J. McDonald Memorial Center for the Municipality of Anchorage. Comes from Parks and Recreation Department, Eagle River, Chugiak Parks, $50,000 from purchasing. Item 9D7 is same memorandum, AM 522-2010, proprietary purchase to Motorola, Inc. for providing portable radios to the Municipality of Anchorage, Office of Emergency Management and Traffic Department. $299,656 $1.80 from purchasing. Item 9D8 is same memorandum AM 523-2010, recommendation of award to Burkert Croft Architects LLC to provide architectural engineering services for the Harry J. McDonald Center expansion for the municipality of Anchorage. From Maintenance and Operations Division, RFP 2010 P017, $549,094. Item 9D9 is same memorandum AM 524-2010, proprietary purchase of computer software licensing and maintenance support services from Trapeze Software Group, Incorporated, Trapeze for the municipality of Anchorage, Public Transportation Department, PTD, $89,218 from purchasing. Under ordinances and resolutions for introduction, this may take a while. Item 9F12, Ordinance AO 2010-68, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 10.50 by adding new section on area conditions for land use by licensed premises. From Assembly Member Flynn. Public hearing requested is 10/12/2010. There's an Assembly memorandum along with it, AM 517-2010. Item 9F13, Resolution AR 2010-281, a resolution appropriating $21,835,000 from legislative grants from State of Alaska, Senate Bills 230 and 221, approved on AR 2010-216S and AR 2008-128, and appropriating $80,000 of a legislative grant from the State of Alaska, Senate Bill 230, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing request on that is 10/12/2010. There's an accompanying same memorandum, AM 518-2010, with that. Item 9F14, Resolution AR 2010-282, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $311,485 from State of Alaska Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management to the Anchorage Fire Department, and a contribution of $11,283 from the Anchorage Fire Service Area Fund 131, Anchorage Fire Department 2010 operating budget to the State Director, looks like State DIR/Fed Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 to further augment mass casualty response capabilities within the municipality of Anchorage, utilizing funds provided under the 2009 Metropolitan Medical Response System, MMRS, grant program, Anchorage Fire Department. Public hearing on that is 10/12/2010. There's an accompanying Assembly memorandum, AM 519-2010. What did I miss? Oh, the number should have been $311,585. Thank you, Madam Clerk. You're listening. We're down to 15 now. Item 9F15, Resolution AR 2010-283, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $5,000 from Information Technology Fund 607 to Information Technology Department Fund 507, 2010 operating budget to pay additional costs of insurance fees, and identifying SunTrust Equipment Finance and Leasing Corporation as a finance source for the Enterprise Server Upgrade Project, and appropriating and approving the SunTrust Master Lease as a source of future financing in an amount not to exceed $20 million. Finance, public hearing requested on 10/12/2010. There's an accompanying Assembly memorandum, AM 520-2010. Going to the back side. Item 9F16, Ordinance AO 2010-69, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Code Section 1.15.035 to provide additional restrictions on the employment of elected officials for 1 year after leaving municipal service. From Assembly members Gray Jackson, Drummond, Gutierrez. Public hearing request on 10/26/2010. There's an accompanying memorandum, AM 525/2010. Dropping down to the next one, which is item 9F17, Ordinance AO 2010-70, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending provisions of Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 1.12.40 to increase the mill rate on the excise tax for cigarettes brought into the Anchorage municipality, to increase excise tax on other tobacco products brought into the municipality of Anchorage, and to provide the effective dates. Offered by myself, Assembly Chair. Public hearing request on 10/26/2010. There's an accompanying Assembly memorandum, AM 526/2010. The next one would be item 9F18. And that one's going to be AO 2010-71. And this is an ordinance approving conveyance of conservation easements on the Campbell Creek estuary property for the benefit of the state of Alaska and the Great Land Trust, Incorporated. Public hearing request on that one is 9/28/2010. The next one would be item 9F19. It's AR 2010-284, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $457,915. That's $457,915 of master tax-exempt lease purchase agreement proceeds to the Information Technology Capital Improvement Program, CIP Fund 608, and appropriating $18,613 from Information Technology Fund Balance 607 to the Information Technology Fund 607 operating budget to pay costs of issuance fees and training costs and identifying SunTrust Equipment Finance and Leasing Corporation or Key Government Finance Incorporated as the finance source for the electronic timekeeping project. What's this one? And there's attached AR with it, AM with it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. 5/28/2010. Anything else that needs to be added to the addendum to the agenda? Is there any objection to the approval of the addendum to the agenda? Not seeing an objection, Madam Clerk, that item is approved. We've now amended the document in front of us. We now need a motion on the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll now go to Assembly members for items they wish to pull for a little further discussion. Debbie, we'll start with you. Nothing, ma'am? Okay. Thank you. Harriet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to pull, hold on a second. Okay, from the addendum agenda, item 9F as in Frank 13, just to ask a question.
Thank you, ma'am. Chris?
No items.
Elvie?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jennifer?
No, thank you.
Pat?
9 Alpha 3 from the addendum. 9 Alpha 3 from the addendum.
9A3. Okay. Anything else, Pat?
That's all.
Bill?
No items.
I didn't miss you this time. Ernie?
9A2.
Thank you, sir. Paul?
Is Mr. Vallette here? I can see 9A1, I suppose, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Sure.
Anything else, sir?
That's it.
Mike?
No, sir.
Administration have anything to pull? Okay. Yeah. Let's bring it up. Please vote.
Ms. Osiander voiced a yes. Mr. Birch?
That was approved unanimously. We'll now go back to those items and pull for a little further discussion. Remind me with Debbie so that we'll do a voice vote on all of it. I'm sorry. Okay, the first one that was pulled is item 9A1. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I think there was only one board that was approved, and that was Larry Baker.
I think we approved him.
And we
You wanted
see
to introduce
nothing.
himself, Mr. Chairman?
What, sir? Let's pull item 9A1. It's Resolution AR 2010-269, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and thanking Jeff Millett for his more than 26 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage. That was pulled by Mr. Hall.
I see, Joe, Ms. Cards, is Jeff Millett? Perfect.
I need a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Okay. Ask unanimous, see no objection. Who's reading and who's presenting?
I'm reading.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, I do. One of the first people I ever met. Give me a big hug, man.
Yeah. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and thanking Jeff Millett for more than 26 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Jeff Millett began his service in the People Mover Maintenance Division from 1976 until 1977 as a Maintenance Worker 1 and returned in 1985 as a Maintenance Worker 1. And whereas in 1987 he was a team member of the Honorable Mention in recognition for the accomplishments of the Transit Maintenance Work Unit of the Year. And whereas in 1996 he was a member of the Support Service Work Unit of the Year and became the Transit Maintenance Safety Representative for the Union. And whereas he progressed through successive assignments of increasing responsibility, becoming an equipment technician in 1999. And whereas the bus fleet composition changed over time, requiring him to master the unique requirements of many different bus models from different manufacturers to assimilate the knowledge required to maintain all of them in peak running order. And whereas during this tenure, the Public Transportation Department logged more than 53 million miles with no serious maintenance-related equipment failures. And whereas he was faithfully and loyally provided support service that have ensured daily access to safe, reliable public transportation that has served and benefited citizens and visitors to Anchorage as well as members of the department. Now, therefore, the Anchorage municipality recognizes the many contributions and honors Jeff Millett for his 26-plus years of sustained, dedicated service to the municipality, the citizens of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this, what day is it? 28th day of September, sorry.
That's all right.
This is kind of a surprise to me. Thank you very much. I'm not a talker, so I just want to thank you. And it has been a pleasure working these years with the municipality. They've treated me very well, and I've enjoyed the whole time I've been working here, working with you. And, of course, retirement's kind of nice, too. I do. I am enjoying that. Well, thank you very much.
We have a few questions for, if you don't mind, sir. Paul?
Not just a question, but a comment. Jeff, good to see you again. Of course, both of us look a little different than when we did in 1985. That was my first job at the municipality, working with transit.
Right.
It was Gray Jackson in the administration side, and we were working in maintenance together. And I don't remember if you came on before me or after me, but I believe probably before me. And not too long after I joined the city, I actually had to have an appendectomy. I didn't realize what was going on, but that was discovered at work. And Jeff was one of the guys who was kind enough to help make sure I got to some help, and then at the same time, when I came up short on the paycheck, was able to donate some of that emergency fund leave balance, and so I was able to draw all but about 8 hours of pay for that period of time. So very kind, and thank you for years of service, and enjoyed working with you, and Godspeed on your retirement.
That was a while ago.
It has been.
Yes, it was.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah. Thank
Good
you.
Other questions? Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate all your service to the city. Have a good retirement.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Already am. Thank you.
Take care. The next one is Resolution AR 2000, let's see, it's item 9A2, Resolution AR 2010-270. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and thanking Tina M. Staten for more than 17 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage. Need a motion to approve that in a second?
Second.
Ask unanimous. See no objection. Mr. Hall, are you presenting or reading, sir?
I'm reading.
Who's doing the presenting? Elby. Thank you, ma'am.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and thanking Tina M. Staten for more than 17 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Tina M. Staten began her service in 1993 with the municipality of Anchorage as a payroll specialist in the Public Transportation Department, and whereas she progressed through successive assignments of increased responsibility, becoming a junior administrative officer in 2005, and whereas she mastered 2 complex computer programs, PeopleSoft and TeleDriver, to accurately and timely process payroll for approximately 167 employees represented by 5 employee groups, including 3 unions and the personnel rules, and whereas she was an outstanding and dedicated employee during her tenure with the municipality of Anchorage. She would schedule her vacations around payroll processing deadlines, and she continually worked weekends and holidays to ensure employees in the department were paid appropriately, timely, and accurately. She consistently went over and above her job responsibilities, and whereas she received a certificate of excellence from the Central Payroll Office for her continued excellence in payroll processing for the Public Transportation Department, and whereas she was recognized as People Movers Employee of the Year in 1998 and nominated by her appreciative coworkers again in 2009, and whereas Tina was always diligent in asking questions when she wasn't sure of the answers so that she would get the job done right the first time, efficiently and effectively, and to not cause confusion for the employees within the department. And whereas Public Transportation Department employees view her as a friendly, helpful, and compassionate employee who could be depended on for accuracy, professionalism, and confidentiality. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes the many contributions and honors Tina M. Staten for her more than 17 years of sustained, dedicated service to the municipality and the citizens of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of September, 2010.
Well, I am really not a talker, so I just want to say thank you to everybody that worked on the proclamation and recognized my years of service. Thank you.
Well, ma'am, thank you. I understand you worked with PeopleSoft.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We may need to give you a bonus for working with that turkey of a program. You know the problems we had with that thing.
Definitely.
But thank you for staying with it, because the employees really need to have somebody there in payroll that has their back, so thank you.
Thank you.
The next one is item 9A3, Resolution AR 2010-279, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Rhonda F. Westover for her years of service with the municipality of Anchorage Attorney's Office. Rhonda,
Move
come on
to approve.
forward. We need
Second.
a motion and second. Ask unanimous. I'm not willing to let her leave.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to wait before I start to read this one?
If you would, please.
Okay.
We have something we're working on for her.
And if I second your motion, Mr. Chairman, will she stay?
I think it might take more than that.
She was actually leaving. She thought the last one.
Yes, you are. Thank you very much. They're beautiful.
A resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing and honoring Rhonda F. Westover for her years of service with the Municipal Attorney's Office and the Municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Rhonda Westover has lived in Alaska since 1976, received her undergraduate degree from UAA, and has been in both private and public sector legal fields since arriving in Alaska, and has been working as an attorney in Alaska since 1991. Whereas on March 20th, 2000, Rhonda Westover was hired as an assistant municipal attorney in the civil division. Whereas on August 22nd, 2003, she was promoted to deputy municipal attorney and has served in that capacity to this day. Whereas Rhonda Westover has provided a broad range of legal advice and service to the municipality and all of its departments, including the mayor's office, the assembly, and serving as the municipality's senior ethics officer, as well as running the very successful law student summer intern program. Whereas her dedication to the municipality and its legal needs is almost as legendary as her ability to throw a great party and her love of golf. Whereas Rhonda Westover has had an active role participating in a broad range of community organizations, devoting her time and energy to such national and local institutions as the Alaska Bar Association, Anchorage Bar Association as the chair or co-chair of the Municipal Lawyers Section since 2004, Anchorage South Rotary with perfect attendance since 1997, Blood Bank of Alaska, Alaska Legal Services Corp's Pro Bono Program, state chair of the International Municipal Lawyers Association since 2008, and the Anchorage Association of Women Lawyers. Whereas Rhonda Westover's professional and personal service to the municipality of Anchorage has been given with grace, humor, and humility. And whereas Rhonda Westover retires from the municipality of Anchorage effective November 1, 2010, to spend time on the golf courses of the lower 48 with her fellow golf addict and husband, Scott. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and honors Rhonda F. Westover for her commitment to public service with the municipality, with the Municipal Attorney's Office, the Municipality of Anchorage, and the citizens of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of September 2010.
Wow. I'm speechless. I'm not used to being on this side of the table. This has been a dream job for me. It's with mixed emotions that I'm leaving. But I got to tell you that the work that you saw, I mean, I've probably worked with just about every municipal person in this room. The work that came through me and through whoever the municipal attorney was at the time, I've worked through 5 of them now. We look good, and we are able to do such a good job for you because of the attorneys in the civil division and the support staff. And I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge them, because they are the reason why the Department of Law is so well respected in Anchorage. We have built an incredible group of lawyers and staff, including Ken Ford, Pam Weiss, Dennis Wheeler, who actually was a deputy when I got hired back in 2000, Pete Holgrimson, Dean Gates, Joshua Freeman, Joyce Johnson, Ralph DeWare, Bob Owens, Dee Ennis,
Tim Middleton, plus all of our staff. You don't hear most of those names very often because they work quietly behind the scenes to take care of the legal needs of the municipality, and they're really the ones that deserve the accolades. I'm just up at the front, and you see me more often. But thank you. I've enjoyed working with each one of you.
We have a few questions for you, if you don't mind, ma'am.
Questions?
Whether you do or not, we're going to ask you.
Okay.
Jennifer.
That's the turn.
I just wanted to say thank you. You helped me with my first ordinance when I came on board, and yes, it was with grace, humor, and humility, and I wanted to also add patience, and I appreciated it dearly, and thank you.
You are very welcome.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rhonda, it was a tremendous pleasure to work with you both as staff and as an assembly member, and as I read this, I'm not sure who wrote the resolution, but those three words that Ms. Johnston picked up on as well, grace, humor, and humility, but most of all, grace, in some very difficult and contentious situations that will be missed, and I cannot tell you how much it was appreciated. Thank you very much.
Very welcome, Mr. Gutierrez.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rhonda, I've had the pleasure of working with you over the last decade, both as an assembly member and now as your boss. And in both cases, I just couldn't have asked for either a better advisor as an assembly member or a better employee as the mayor. And I just wish you so much happiness out there on the links. You're going to be walking the best real estate in the world, and with your husband, and just enjoy retirement. You've earned it, but you will be missed around here. So enjoy, and just glad to have worked with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Elvie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rhonda, I want to thank you for your service and commitment to the people of Anchorage, first and foremost. And I also want to thank you for your integrity and for your ethics. And I wish you a happy retirement. I got to say, when I saw you in my neighborhood the other day, I said, oh, wow, she's not leaving. She's just moving to my neighborhood. Not true, right? Good luck to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Rhonda, there are other questions, but thank you very much for all you've done for us. Oh, Ms. Drummond?
That's okay, Mr. Chair. That's all right. Thank you, Rhonda. I'm really happy to know that you'll be here till November 1st, because I've got an unresolved issue that I know you'll be able to help me on. But somehow it seems that we've done this a couple of times already this summer, and you're still not gone. So I'm glad you're sticking around. Thank
Ms. Drummond, I got the word, and we'll make sure that we handle that.
Thank you.
Dennis, your last chance. Do you want to say something to her?
I had the good fortune of training Rhonda when she got here and receiving training back when I got here. And I have the limp to prove that her training methods work. I want to say that on behalf of the Municipal Attorney's Office, we're obviously, as you are, very fortunate to have had the benefit of her service. And it actually will continue for us and for the municipality because Rhonda has agreed to keep her toes in the water, so to speak. She's been great about going out of state and helping us bring law students up here to work in prosecution and civil. They get training, we get the benefit of their assistance, and I think she's willing to be our representative down there in the States to continue that program. So we're very fortunate, as are the good citizens of Anchorage. Thank you, and thank you, Rhonda.
Rhonda, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just would like to add a postscript. I would be remiss if I did not also acknowledge my good friend Julia Tucker, who has been a pleasure to work with. It's been an incredible journey for both of us. I know that we don't always agree on everything, but it's been my distinct pleasure to work with her, both from the administration side and from the assembly side, to make sure that the information and the documents that you receive are the best that they can be.
Thank you. Mr. Burt, sir?
I just want to know if your golf partner's with you this evening. Who's got a better game?
He does, but he's got a few more years on me.
Ooh, that's tough. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr.
For your retirement.
But Rhonda, thank you. We've known each other for a long time, and no matter how some of the strange of the ordinances I brought forward, you did a good job on it. Thank you. I can think of some I don't want to talk about, but thank you.
You're very welcome,
Thanks.
Mr. Franny.
Oh, Mr. Gutierrez.
No, not to Ms. Phelan specifically, but I guess I wanted to also point out, with all three of the retiring employees that we've honored here tonight, we've lost more than half a century of experience to this municipality, and I think a a resolution seems a little inadequate for people who have served this city so faithfully for so long, but just want to, again, thank all of you because you're the ones who make this city work as well as it does.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item of business is this item 9F13, Resolution AR 2010-281, a resolution appropriating $21,835,000 of legislative grants from State of Alaska Bills 230 and 221, approved on AR 2010-216S and AR 2008-128S, and appropriating $80,000 of legislative grant from State of Alaska Senate Bill 230, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearings requested on 10/12/2010. There's an accompanying same memorandum, 5/18/2010. I need a motion to introduce.
Move to introduce.
Second. Second. Is there a third? Okay. That was pulled by Ms. Drummond. Ma'am?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask in advance, I didn't have a chance to read this thoroughly because it was on the addendum and difficult to read over the weekend when I wasn't available. Is this in addition to the $99 million that we have already appropriated from the state's capital budget this year, and is this previous years that have not been otherwise appropriated?
Through the chair, Ms. Drummond, these are, no, they are not in addition to. What we were doing is several different things. One is reappropriating some funds that previously you appropriated to the school district, and that was incorrect. They should have come to the municipality. So if you look on the AM, it sort of goes through in words instead of hieroglyphics about where the money goes. The second set is more an accounting rearrangement of funds that you previously appropriated, but we're reappropriating them to the correct funds. And then finally, the last item is one new project, which is $80,000. So that's the only new money that's in this document.
Okay, thank you. The school district funds were funds that the school district didn't need, or they were just mistakenly appropriated?
No, it was new appropriations from the state this last legislative session that when the AR came before you in July, you appropriated them to the school district. But they are municipal projects. They're Municipality of Anchorage projects. So we're just reappropriating them from the school district to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Paul, do you have a question on this item? This is just setting it for public hearing, Paul. We get another bite at it. If you want to ask your question, go ahead, sir. Is there any objection to the introduction of this item? We've got 3 to introduce. The item is set for introduction then. Moving on down, we're going on the regular agenda down to item 11A. Old business, unfinished action, public hearing items, information memorandum AIM 97-2010A, internal audit report 2010-08, Buildings and Collection Department of Health and Human Services referred to the Municipal Audit Committee on 9/14/2010. Action was postponed from 9/14/2010. There's a motion to accept on the floor, according to our goldenrod sheet. Elby?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As mentioned during my committee report, I'm happy to accept this audit report at this time, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions from Assembly members? Any objection to the acceptance of this item? Not seeing any. That was approved unanimously. We're now early in our agenda. We cannot take any more action. We'll be down to item 12A and B at 6 o'clock. So take a break. Next item of business is item 12A, under parents' requests. Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship, they're going to present a payment in lieu of taxes check. And I got to tell you, in all the years I've been on the Assembly, which is considerable, they tell me from time to time. Thank you very much for being here. I wish the other churches would follow your example. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, Assembly members, and Mayor Sullivan isn't back yet. I'm Beatrice Hitchcock. I'm transitional minister, accompanied by some of the members of the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship, and it is a pleasure to present the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship's annual payment in lieu of taxes. This church has been making an annual payment for city services to the municipality of Anchorage since 1968, when members of the fellowship decided to challenge the long tradition of non-taxation of Alaska religious property by presenting the Assembly with a check for $112. The members, friends, staff, and visitors of the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship benefit from the same road maintenance, fire, police, and emergency medical services available to everyone within the municipality. The fellowship uses city parks and sidewalks for church activities, and it wishes to pay for those services. This affirms the separation of church and state that safeguards freedom of worship in our nation. Please accept our check this year in the amount of $2,100, and thank you for your stewardship of the Anchorage community.
We have a few questions for you, so please don't run off. Harriet, we'll start with you, ma'am.
Thank you, all of you, for coming. I'm very pleased that the Unitarian Universalist Fellowship is in my district, although I did see a for sale sign on it recently. Are you moving?
We need a bigger facility.
And what part of town are you moving to? I hope you're staying in West Anchorage.
Wherever we can find one.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, and I wish more of your fellow religious organizations would follow suit.
Thank you.
Let's see, Paul?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm fairly new on the Assembly. This is my first time. I had heard of this phenomenon happening, and I'm just grateful to be a witness to this tonight. So thank you again for your recognition of the city services that we all enjoy, and that your members have put up the money to make sure this happens. So thank you.
Thank you.
Before I go to the mayor, let me tell you how much I appreciate you coming and do this. I've been on this body for a while, and you guys unfailingly every year come and do payment in lieu of taxes. And I wish it was an epidemic. We could get other churches to do it, because when you take a look at fire protection, every church uses that. When you look at police protection, every church uses that. So thank you very much for coming and setting the example as you do every year. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, echoing the words of others. But at 9 years on the Assembly, I, again, appreciatively watched this phenomenon. This is the first time I've actually got to lay hands on the check itself. So it immediately goes to our CFO, who gives it to the treasurer, and it's a welcome addition. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item of business is item 12B, Jonathan Erg, regarding water fluorization. Jonathan, are you here? Jason, I'm sorry. Are you here? How do you pronounce your last name, sir? Agree? Okay. Come on forward. You've got 3 minutes. I'll give it to our clerk. She likes paperwork. Thank you. Okay. Do we have enough down there?
Yeah.
I think we're getting there. I think we're good.
I'll get one for Debbie.
Yes, get one for Debbie.
I'll get one. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
We should take one to administration, too, since they're here. I mean, we have enough. Go ahead, sir. You've got 3 minutes on the clock starting now, sir.
Okay. I appreciate being able to come in front of the Assembly here and be able to present this item. Basically, in the name of, we're trying to fix the city budget, and we're looking for all possible avenues to cut waste. And when I was reading the newspaper on the 16th of September, it said, city budget survey asks for the city to cut the waste. And I was looking around, and I know we have some waste that's in the water, and it's called fluoride, and it's a redundancy, as we can all buy our own fluoride toothpaste, and if we want to medicate ourselves like that, and that it's also well, I have a whole bunch of items in here, basically the duties of legislators regarding the fluoridation of water and the ethics involved with that, and also a violation of medical ethics and human rights due to water fluoridation. And also I want to point out that on the back, if you look at the back of the thing, I have a loose sheet, and if you grab that, and there's a table on there, and this is from the Center of Disease Control, the CDC, and they recommend that infants from 0 to 6 months of age, they get 0 fluoride for mixing their formula with. And this is an April 20th, 2010 memo from the CDC. And just want to point that out to you, that it's going to be hard for infants in Anchorage to avoid fluoridated water, as fluoride filters are expensive and cost prohibitive. And also the Kidney Foundation withdrew their support of water fluoridation. Recently, I have that in this report too. And personally, I would rather just get the pure, clean water like we have naturally here, without any added medication to it. And I know that it's probably meant well, but it's not wanted by me personally. And I also know that from asking around, roughly 80% of the people will agree with me that they would rather not have a water supply that's doctored around with. And in this name of democracy, I urge you to do the right thing and consider repealing ANC 2640-050, which mandates putting fluoride in the city water. And it's my pure water prayer for big wildlife.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from Assembly members?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Harriet, you have a question, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Agree. I appreciate you coming forward, and this is quite the body of research. I'm looking at what Juneau did. It's my understanding that did Juneau put this on their ballot, or was this done by their assembly?
I only know right now that I think the assembly looked into it, and they were deadlocked.
But I believe they have removed the water from their fluoride, and I believe they did it with a ballot proposition.
Perhaps I would like to urge the assembly to have the assembly consider looking into this matter and getting rid of it, because it's as a human rights issue and the ethics involved. I think that democratic principles basically ask that the legislators look out for the human rights of the constituents rather than being voted upon by a majority.
Thank you. I have to tend to agree. I also have to admit that I have sort of a conflict here, in that I live near Spenard and Fireweed. There's about 100 properties on a community well that has not only no fluoride, it has no chlorine either.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got some folks who are getting way up in their 90s. I'm telling you, they've been drinking this water for more than 50 years, and they're doing really, really well.
And there's a subgroup of the population that doesn't do very well with fluoride and fluoride ions that have to be broken down in their kidneys and in their liver, and that is why the Kidney Foundation withdrew their support for fluoridation. And I want to keep in mind that I'm also here on behalf of all kidney patients in Anchorage who may benefit from pure water.
Thank you very much. I will take this into consideration, and I like the idea that Juneau used, and that was to create a commission. Their assembly created a commission to look into this, and we might consider that. Thank you.
Elvie has a question for you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I don't have a question. I just want to, I'm right here.
Yeah.
Hi. I just want to thank you for coming down and bringing this issue to the in the limelight again. Several years ago, I think maybe a little more than 15 years ago, another person in the community brought forward a lot of information on this subject, and there was a lot of controversy over it. But we're now years into the 21st century, and I would really like to spend some time looking into this, Mr. Chairman, not alone either. So, because I think that there's some really valid points that should be taken serious. Better safe than sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
The last time we dealt with this issue was between 92 and 94. We had 3 nights of testimony. So believe me, you were here with us when that happened. I remember those days. It's something we're going to take a look at, sir.
Okay. And,
there are no other questions, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. And it's for pure water for big wildlife. That's what I'm for.
Good.
So thank you for letting me bring that to you.
Thanks for coming forward.
And if anybody in the room wants some information, I have a couple more information for people. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move on down,
Mr. Chair?
Told, yes.
Excuse me. I just wanted to make one comment, Ms. Drummond.
Yes, ma'am.
If it's possible, I'd like to ask the AWWU to submit to us a cost breakdown of what it costs to purchase the fluoride and the equipment that we have to have in order to instill it into the public water supply and that sort of thing. I'd really like to have those numbers.
Under request, do you want for chlorine too?
Fluoride. Whatever the material it is that fluoridates our water, fluoride ions, whatever pile of chemicals they put into it. I want to know what that costs and what it will save the AWWU's budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Before we move on down, I'm told that we have a group of students from West High School here, something about a government class. So please come forward to the microphone and identify yourself and what class you're with. You can't run. You've already been identified. They said it was Mrs. Kimball's class?
Hello, I'm Mariah Falkenstein, and I'm from Miss Kimball's class of West High School.
What grade?
I am a senior.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Tabitha Cassidy, and I'm a senior in high school in Miss Kimball's class, too.
Thank you.
I'm Shannon Moore, and I'm in Miss Kimball's class, and I'm a senior.
Thank you.
My name's Alexis Lockney, and I'm also a senior at West High School in Miss Kimball's class.
Well, thanks for being here, because it's really great when students come here and watch government work. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am?
We have 3 other students back there who are from Eagle River High School,
Well,
and I
come
signed
on
their
down.
paperwork, so I want to recognize them also.
Come on down. Just thought you were going to come to a meeting and get away with it, didn't you? I'm sorry.
I'm Kristen Mauger, and I'm a senior at Eagle River High School in Mr. Warren's government class. I'm Zoe Fishburne, and I'm also in Mr. Warren's class at Eagle River High School. I'm Ann Hopkin, and I'm also a senior in Mr. Warren's government class.
Well, go back and tell your teachers that you were here. And we got it on TV and proof.
And Ms. Osiander, I'd let them know that you were on the phone.
Next item in business, item 13, under continued public hearings. Let's do this one and then take our dinner break. This is ordinance AO 2010-61, ordinance amending Ancient Municipal Code, section 26.70.30, use of municipal collection service required. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name if you would, please. Should go to 3.
Hi, I'm Deanna James, James. I'm a small business owner and teacher at Baggage Middle School, so thank you girls for showing up. We have some paperwork for you. We tried to email today, but got a little bogged down.
If you give it to the clerk, she'll make distribution of it.
This is just a quick timeline of our events and then some pictures for you. This is also my husband, Mike, my sidekick. So, Mike and I are recent owners of 4 connecting properties on West 11th, and that's on the handout we gave you. And they're 1950s era duplexes in the old downtown subdivision of South Addition. Our dumpster for the properties was removed after over 35 years of dumpster service. The properties that are structures and parking areas are not designed to support bag and can service. And we've been dealing with the loss of our dumpsters since June 8th. As lifelong Alaskans born and raised in Anchorage, and now raising our own children here, we're dedicated to creating a safe, clean, and diverse community within our neighborhood. Our rental units allow for neighbors with diverse backgrounds and means to live together in a safe, established neighborhood. And we actively encourage less on-street parking with our off-street parking areas, and we expect clean properties from our renters. Our neighbor at 1112 S Street, whom we bought our properties from, is Debbie Sedgwick. She's traveling back to Anchorage at this time, and she would otherwise be here. She asked that we share her support of this ordinance. She's observed the properties with bags and cans as well as dumpsters, and she feels the properties are best suited for dumpsters. She also appreciates small businesses and their needs. The basic problem we've come up with is that due to the constraints on our property, it's a unique situation with parking, storage areas, and what we can have for waste management. We need a dumpster. We see this ordinance as a way to allow us as small business owners to maintain an orderly property, meet our tenants' needs, and save money. We do not believe this ordinance will cause a flood of exemption requests. It simply creates an easy alternative for unique situations such as ours to gain access to the services that we require.
Thank you. Questions from Assembly members? Did you have any questions? Any comments either? She said you were a sidekick, so do you have anything you want to say? We got you here.
Part of my concern is with this is that we can have 24 cans. Right now, I've got it maxed out at 8. And I have pictures in here that show the last couple of weeks, these cans are full every Tuesday morning. I don't want to have to put more cans here because my big problem is snow storage. I live downtown, we have a small area, the way it's configured. By going through what we've had this dumpster for years, we lived there since we first got married. We've been there for 8 years. 9 years. And that, but we've gone through, and our big issues really comes in the wintertime. If you go through, an issue was raised before the dumpsters, or pardon me, the trash trucks coming up the easement, what it does to the road. Well, the problem is this, is that, I'd like to say we've been there 9 years. The asphalt has not been sealed at our place or down below. That's the problem with any of this pothole that you see in one of the pictures that recently got fixed this summer. It's really a lack of poor maintenance, and I'm a problem with that as well. It's not the trucks coming in. They talk about kids in the neighborhood. I have a 3-year-old and an 8-year-old. I know where all the kids live in the neighborhood. They're at our house. So my concern with this thing is that I just can't have 20 cans sitting out and about this place because I'm going to have trash all over this as things blow around. We've got 4 different units here with 5, 7, 6 different families. Yeah, 6 different families. So it's just, it becomes very cumbersome to have this bit of a problem where a simple dumpster really makes life easy for all of us.
And we have certified licensed people who said they would.
We have a few questions for you, if you don't mind. Mr. Honeman?
Yes, I wanted to say thank you for the pictures, and I'm just reading along with your letter. It's taken a few moments front and back. What is, if you don't mind me sharing, what's the cost currently of your dumpster? Do you know?
The dumpster was about 87 plus, it was
Or the dumpster was 104 total.
104 toward $20 for the rent, 18 something and change for the rental, and then 85
Just have the
bucks.
microphone near you, because our audio's having trouble picking it up.
It's about 105 bucks.
A month?
Yes.
Okay, and then what is the fee? It says you'd be higher to have the cans. What would the fee there be?
What's you have for that?
That actually ends up being $109. So, yeah, that was
Within a few bucks,
correct.
I guess.
But
And then, secondly, are these cans? I see some pictures of some rollaway carts and also some round cans. Are you guys are they using the two-person pickup in the back, do you know, or are they using the one-armed little bandit thing?
no, when I met with Mr. Vanderwood, I asked him about that because a lot of our neighborhood is going to that. And as you see, that easement goes up, and he said, well, that's probably not going to work for you, but we'll get to that. And I said, because my concern is we do bags and cans now, and then next year you decide that it's our neighborhood's, our portion, we have to kick in and get this curbside. And I said, we have no curbside. So, the way our properties sit, we have no curbside. Bags and cans would have to be next to bedroom windows on our properties, or there's just steps that go down to the sidewalk. So he said, well, maybe that won't work. So I'm not guaranteed either way that we will or will not go to the side lift or whatever it is.
Okay, thank you.
The difference you see in those cans is Lowe's had them at either 20 or 30 bucks per can.
Sure, thank you.
Jennifer Johnson has a question, sir.
Yes, have you had other waste managements come to your easement and see what they can do with a dumpster?
Actually, I called 2 different waste management companies, and they were hesitant to come out, and they said, quite honestly, we won't go there unless you get an exemption. So they said, however, if you get the exemption, we can provide service to that property.
So they're
over the
pretty
phone they
pumped.
said that, but they were hesitant to come to our property because they didn't want to come into the neighborhood that was solid waste service.
But they are confident they'll be able to do it.
Twice. I mean, I've called them each like 2 or 3 times, and yeah.
And then the other question I have, as you know, with Title 21, there is a dumpster. There was an effort with Title 21 to get rid of dumpsters in many parts of town. And have you looked into that to see how your dumpster, as far as I can see, I think your dumpster would not be seen through the neighborhood. It's got screening.
It's not seen through the neighborhood. We're at the top of an easement, and we're actually one of our units comes out and it sets back. So if you were to stop until, you could find it, but no, it's not visibly like a visible disgrace in our neighborhood.
And have you talked to planning about that?
With planning? No.
Planning,
No, we're crossing this bridge first.
Okay.
This kind of, we've been doing
Just down the
this
line,
since
it might be something, because I hate to tell you, there might be another
we're
little
aware of that, but we're
bump in the road that you maybe should look at. Thank you.
Where the driveway is, it's below grade, and then like Dana said, there's a house up here anyways that blocks it. But if it ever came to that, I don't have a problem screening.
Exactly.
Mike has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was quickly trying to read over your letter. You said that this property's had dumpster service for 35 years. Why are the dumpsters going away? Why have you been told you can't keep the dumpster?
We were told that it is a safety issue, that for one driver to pull out, that they're doing a blind pull out. And actually, when I finally, got my denial of exemption, it was, do you want to be responsible? And it was kind of put on to me, do you want to be responsible for someone losing their livelihood? And I said, I'm asking for an exemption because there are people who say that they can do it safely. And, I don't know if they have the technology with the cameras or not. I mean, I've asked that. And the customer service at Other Waste Management has said, yes, we have vision all the way around. So that was the problem, was the safety.
I know you haven't owned the property for a very long time, but if there's been dumpster service there for 35 years, do you have documentation that there have been accidents or that there haven't been accidents?
There's never been an accident, and in our I guess view of it, that the density in the area has actually gone down, as well as, I mean, if it's been there for 35 years and we're talking about, living near the coastal trail, that same traffic has not changed in 20 years. So we're talking, we've actually been a part of lowering density, but so have other areas. There hasn't been any new property built down there, apartment buildings or anything. So there's never been an accident. And when talking with my neighbor, Mrs. Sedgwick, she said, and everyone slows down. If you were to come and watch traffic there, it is like almost a right angle curve where 11th ends and Bootlegger Cove comes. So people have to apply brakes and then they go again. And then if they're coming the other direction, there are S curves. So everyone is actually slowing down and going slow anyway. So, no accidents.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Thank you. There are no other questions. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing this item is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
There was a motion to approve in a second. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you.
Pat, you want to take the lead on this? Your choice. Mr. Gutierrez?
I'd like to ask a few questions of Solid Waste Services, if I could. Mr. Madden, if you'd come forward. I guess the first question, the question on my mind is what's changed? What's changed about the situation at this particular property that's had dumpster service for a long, long time that it's no longer safe to do so?
Through the chair and as the formality, I'm Mark Madden. I'm the Director of Solid Waste Services. Mr. Gutierrez, over the past several years, we have spent quite a bit of time improving the safety record and the safety operations at Solid Waste Services. We used to have probably one of the worst safety records in the municipality, and nowadays I'd like to say we have one of the best. One of our processes is that we request our employees to put in alerts whenever there's a safety issue. The driver that actually services this particular stop is a gentleman that has worked for us for almost 33 years and has serviced that stop for about at least 10 years. And basically in his write-up, he said that every time he's serviced that stop, it is touch and go to get out of that stop. And it's very, very nervous to him. And especially if it's nice days in the summertime when there's lots of bicycles and things going by. But quite frankly, to service that dumpster, he has to drive in forward and then back out. And on one side is bushes and a shed and other obstructions, and on the other side is a house and other vegetation. So he basically, to get out of that alley, has to back up about 6 inches, wait and see, look through his mirrors and see hope that nothing's there, and then back up a little farther and kind of edge his way out so he can actually get to a point. When we looked at it, we invited the Anchorage Police Department traffic supervisor. They came out, looked at it, and we discussed the situation and what would be the issue if there ever was an accident. Basically, there's 2 municipal ordinances that we'd be in violation of. One is improper backing, and the other is improper enter from a private drive into a municipal right-of-way. And so our driver pretty much would have been cited under either of those if there was ever an accident. So we looked at that. Our safety officer looked at things. We have a truck that has multiple view cameras. We brought that over there, tried to look at that, and quite frankly, at the end of the day, nobody was comfortable with it. So what we did was change it to a can bag service that we service with basically a heavy-duty dump bed pickup, and we can drive in, service the cans, turn around, and be driving out forward so that we can see what's in front of us.
So the short answer is nothing's actually changed?
No.
Okay. But you're trying to change the safety record of Solid Waste Services.
We have changed.
I appreciate that, and you've done a good job on that, and I want to make that very clear. I'm very happy with that. Since this driver has serviced that particular spot for some time, has there been an accident?
Not that I know of.
Okay. We had a similar situation. Well, I shouldn't say similar. We had a situation that reminds me of this actually in my neighborhood last year, and you and I spoke about it, where we had a situation where a driver wasn't comfortable. I don't like the idea of changing the law because of one specific situation. I'd rather have us find a way around this. Is there any other way around this? Is there any other means where they could keep their dumpster and you could not have the liability issue of potentially a driver having an accident? Or conversely, is this ordinance the best way to go? What's your opinion on that?
Well, we already have an option, but it's costly because we have to put a second person on the crew to actually spot for the truck to get it out into the street, and consequently, there's an additional charge for that. So there is the option that we can provide dumpster service. The other thing I'd point out is that even with this ordinance, the solid waste industry as a whole is one of the more dangerous. It's in the top 10 most dangerous industries in the United States. And in talking with the safety operators and the president of the other, there's basically 3 companies that could possibly provide dumpster service. All of them said that if they were to have the opportunity to look at that, they would look at it in exactly the same way we would look at it as to whether they could service it safely or not. So even if you pass this ordinance, they may still not be an alternative to collect the dumpster.
Right, because they would potentially be violating the same sections of the code if there were an accident that you pointed out, right?
They may see the same safety hazards as we do, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all for now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Madden. And pretty much my background, I'm all about safety, and of course I'm familiar with the unsafe backing ordinance as well as the entry in the traffic ordinance lanes. I would suggest, though, that pretty much all the ones that I've noticed, dumpsters at least coming in off of alleyways throughout the municipality also have the same issues and concerns because they're backing into an alley where people and traffic and particularly tight spaces with very little limited visibility. I would like to encourage your company to continue the use of those monitors, if you will, those cameras, kind of like what you see in the back of long RVs, because I think that's going to be an answer to at least solve some of the problems that your drivers are impacting. One of the things that I'd like to, I guess, look at it from the perspective of the consumer here, and that is they're kind of held hostage in a way. I don't know what the fee would be for a second person to be a ground guide, if you like we use in the military days. What would that fee look like if somebody had to use a second driver? I didn't see that. I saw that as an option, but I didn't see what the cost would be. I mean, are you going to charge them for just the portion of the time they're there when that truck's backing out of that alley? Or?
No, there's actually a set fee in the fee schedule in the municipal ordinance for this. I believe they had a 3-yard dumpster one time a week with one operator. It's $85.70. However, when you get to a 2-man crew, it's $211.90. And it's a significantly higher price. We don't put a person in the truck because we have so few. We only have 18 stops in our entire service area that require a 2-man crew. So basically, we have to bring people from around the city to be able to make that service work.
I guess I better not ask. They said about $105 a month, so that $85.70 seems like there's a difference there. Okay, I just was curious as to what the price would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Harriet, and then Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Madden, I have to say I'm waiting anxiously to see my automated service containers get delivered this week. You finally got to my neighborhood. When is the automated service going into Bootlegger Cove area?
I believe that'll be next summer. That's our last phase. And it also, the last phase is the one that's probably the most difficult because there are a lot of properties, such as the James property and a few others that are very alley-oriented. So it's one of the ones that we've put off for quite a while because we've been trying to look and see if there are better ways to do things, and we're still evaluating that.
Still working on it, because
Yes.
it looks to me that they would be able to eliminate a lot of those cans by choosing the largest can sizes, from what I could tell from the schedule that I was given for my service when I made my selection a month or two ago.
That's likely correct. The other thing that when we go that way, the difference would be is that we could back into the alley, which you're now on the street and you can see the traffic coming when you're backing in as opposed to backing out.
Oh, I see, because of the dumpster picking up from
Because
the front
the arm is on
as opposed to the side of the truck.
Right, and the arm would be on the side of the truck that both houses or all of the houses face out to. So it would actually be it may actually be beneficial for us to do that service with the automated truck easier than what we can do with either a dumpster or the other truck.
Would it so in other words, the solution that we're looking at here tonight by passing this ordinance is only a temporary solution in this particular neighborhood, since they will be getting automated service inside of the next year.
That's correct for all of our residential customers. If they were already on a dumpster service, then they wouldn't necessarily. They would have the option to go to the automated roll cart service, but if they had a dumpster, they could keep that service.
But people with dumpsters, if they want recycling, have to have the recycling bin in addition to the dumpster.
Generally, we do not provide recycling bins with a dumpster because they're two separate services, and there's no way to mix the services and the billing.
If it cuts down the volume that they're putting out through that dumpster, it seems that they could be looking at ways to cut their costs, or at least to get more stuff into the recycling stream, which is the whole point of all this, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Flynn and then Ms. Johnston. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Madden. And thank you to you and your staff for working with me on some of these issues. I appreciate that. You mentioned the new technology, the new camera technology that are on a couple of your trucks. Would you explain that for the benefit of my colleagues?
Yes, Mr. Flynn. Most of our trucks come with just one single backup camera that points straight back, very much like the RV type camera that was mentioned earlier. We actually implemented the system on one truck about 2 months ago, and we're just finishing out our second truck, where we actually add two additional cameras, one looking left and one looking right. And they're fairly wide-angle cameras, so you can see quite a bit of things that are going on. Instead of just straight back, you now have probably about 200 degrees of visibility behind you, as opposed to just the straight back view, which is a little less than 180. But with, the one thing I'd point out is that the camera is a tool, and when they look at it, basically they have a screen slightly smaller than the computer screens that you have in front of you. When you put that camera system on, you now have a quarter of that screen as your visible area to see what's going on in that camera. So the operator now has to operate his truck and keep track of all these three small screens. So it's a little bit challenging. And as I said, we've only been using it for about 2 months. It's something that's kind of fairly new to the solid waste industry as a whole. We're hoping that it becomes more useful, and as our guys get used to using it, we may be able to bring it into using a lot more things. But for right now, basically, it's the three cameras and the small video screen.
And so you started using that at the end of July, early August?
Yes.
But you didn't have a chance to test it on the James property until a week and a half ago?
Yeah. Yeah, we brought it out there to try it out that
Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, thank you. Also, you sent us a letter with your concerns regarding the original version of this ordinance. Did you have anything you wanted to add based on the S version? You had some concerns I tried to address with that.
No, I don't know that. I don't know that I really have too much more to add to that.
Okay. Some of the things we discussed in talking through this were, one of the things was jurisdictional issues, and specifically, you were concerned that there may be other operators moving into your service area based on this ordinance, do you feel it's written tightly enough that that wouldn't really be a big problem anymore?
I don't believe that it's an issue. We already have, there is an exemption clause in there that was put in years ago when the state laws were created, because solid waste at that time did not provide roll-off service, roll-off containers, and we still don't. And so there are quite a few property exemptions in the service area already. So it's not that this would be a first.
Okay, so you're comfortable with jurisdictional issues are addressed?
I believe so, yeah.
Unless subsequent ordinances are...
Unless this starts a flurry of exemption requests, Mr. Flynn.
Okay. Finally, in your letter, you assert that this benefits a single customer. Of course, you and I talked extensively about my next-door neighbor who was also denied dumpster service. Any particular reason you didn't mention that in your letter?
Well, I would remind you that we asked at least 3 times in our conversation, and you never gave us a name, and you could never give us any information. So I don't know if he was denied because of what he was asking or where the dumpster was, whether it was a safety issue, whether it was actually whether we could physically put it where he wanted it.
Well, one of your employees did come and take pictures of the area, so surely you know where it is.
Is this the question that you sent me the email on that?
Yeah, it is correct, yes.
I've never seen the pictures, and I don't know what...
Okay, well, I guess I would just point out that, as Mr. Gutierrez referenced earlier, this is not a unique situation. The Jameses, while theirs is the one in front of us tonight, the reason I crafted this ordinance was not for a single user. It was for several instances that have occurred throughout the city. Mr. Chairman, nothing further. Thank you.
Jennifer?
Yes, you brought up something. You said that you have 18 stops where you have a 2-person truck.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you do that on just one day? I mean, do you have that so it's a scheduled event?
No. The 18 stops most of them are in the downtown area. Some of them are one time a week stops. There are a couple that are 6-day-a-week stops. So we do that on a regular basis.
So do you have the one day a week stop? Do you do that on a certain day so they're all, it's in other words, so it's coordinated?
As much as we can, yes. It partly depends a little on where the dumpster is and what the business needs are as well. So we try to coordinate as much as possible and realize that the other truck is basically the truck that we're now using to service the James's garbage cans that goes around and picks up excess, oversized material and that sort of thing. So they're in the general area, but they're doing other things. But we do, and we try and coordinate the multiple operator stops so that we can get the guys in roughly the same area at the same time. But it's not a smooth, easy challenge.
Okay, thank you.
Elvie and then Harriet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming out, Mark. Just one question. Are you aware of any similar situations? And if so, how many?
In my tenure as director, this has come up this is only the second situation where this has ever come up. The other situation was a multifamily property that did an extensive amount of renovation and actually moved their dumpster and called us up and said, hey, come pick it up. And it turns out their dumpster was also on a dead-end alley. And that's the biggest problem, is where you have a dead-end alley with nowhere to turn your vehicle around. And again, it was another one with lots of obstructions. And they said fine, and they were willing to pay for the 2-operator dumpster.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Drummond?
Thank you. I just had this idea while listening to you. If the neighborhood across the street from me, across Finard Road from me, has had the automated service since the last rollout, my neighborhood is getting it this week. It's 5 minutes from Bootleggers Cove. Would it make sense to get those families, those customers in Bootleggers Cove on the same day that you do this, and just get them on the automated service sooner than next year's rollout? At least try it, because of the size of the containers that are available and the distance. We're talking about one side of Chester Creek to the other.
That's a very possible alternative. You're right, it's very close. And we are at the point where we're just getting this started right now. It's something that I could definitely put by Mr. Vanderwood, who's doing all of the scheduling. And one thing to keep in mind is that it's not quite as simple as just driving down the street to pick up garbage cans, because you got to, especially with the automated system, you always have to try and make right turns and try and get as many things on the right-hand side of your truck where the arm is as you can.
I understand, but as long as you're 5 minutes from the neighborhood with this newest rollout and not there yet, it'd be a good way to experiment, like at the end of the day, at the end of the day in my neighborhood. I don't know where it ends, where you begin and where it ends, as it hasn't started yet. But
and I think, that might be a good thing. My suggestion would be, first of all, to see how the truck would fit through there, and whether we could do it safely, and then if it's acceptable to the customers, that would be an alternative. Yes.
In that case, would it be possible to delay implementation of this ordinance change until Mr. Madden and his crew have had a chance to consider possible alternatives?
Mr. Flynn, you're the sponsor.
We want to close the public hearing first. We did. Okay, sorry. Ms. Drummond, we've already delayed this once, and the James family wants to know if they need to build snow shelters for their cans before the snow flies. You may recall there was solid precipitation on the ground Sunday morning. I'd prefer to address this tonight.
I agree.
Let's complete public testimony then. If there are no other questions, thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue? What? I haven't closed it. Oh, I did close it. Thank you. You're good for reminding me, aren't you? Yeah. Pat?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just be real brief. I would appreciate the body's consideration of this matter and proving it.
You want to move?
The S1 version. We already moved it. I believe Mr. Honeman was the original mover.
Yes.
And I want to point out that I don't discount the Solid Waste Services efforts at safety. In fact, I encourage them and applaud them. And I'm not asking them to do anything they don't feel is safe. I'm asking them to give other operators the chance to do it if they feel they can do it safely. That's all. I put a sunset date in here. If it doesn't work out very well, it goes away. I've made it very limited so it won't necessarily erode their service area, and I think it's worthy of a try. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate and like the suggestion that Ms. Drummond had, and I especially appreciated and like the response that Mr. Madden had, and I'd like to know from the Jameses, if you would indulge me, Mr. Chairman, what they think about that suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Vakelis?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to remind the Assembly members that when this was taken up, I believe the first time, there was a letter from a person that was neighbors and also affected by this pickup. And as you may remember, that particular individual was very adamant that the cans were the best way to go, and that he was very satisfied with the cans. So I just bring that to your recollection.
The public testimony is closed. You can't speak again. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman?
Well, if Elby has a question, we can do that, but I don't want to have people start coming up again.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question was, should I start all over again? I really appreciated what Ms. Drummond suggested, and Mr. Madden responded, and it seemed like it's a possibility, and I'd like to know what you think about that.
Right, and
Thank
I would
you, Mr.
ask,
Chairman.
I'm sorry, I'd asked about that when I met with Mr. Vanderwood. I know that sidearm is coming, and he said, well, it's probably not going to work for your property. And I don't know how big the trucks are. He just said it's one of those things that I don't know. I said, so I'm going to buy all these cans, and then that was my question. And he said, I don't know that it's going to work for your property because, again, we have limited space to put a dumpster or 10 or more cans, regardless of the size. We have only one space to put it because of our snow storage and our parking area for our tenants. And I don't know how that truck would back up and then do a sidearm. I don't even know what that looks like, but if it would work, then by all means. But I've not heard anything about it.
Thank you very much.
George, I cut you short. I'm sorry. Anything else, sir?
No, sir, other than the fact that the other person that lives, is served into that particular alley was very adamant that the can stay, and he was very satisfied with that. So I just wanted to make sure you remembered that letter.
I think it was Steve Haycox.
Yes.
Yep. Other comments from Assembly members? Please. I'm sorry, we have to do a voice vote. Debbie? Yes. On this issue, this is the S version, 2010-61S. Yes or no, ma'am?
Yes. Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
No.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Mr. Trainee?
No.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
No.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
No.
And that passes 7-4.
That's approved. Did pass the body. We're now going to take our dinner break. We'll be back shortly.
One group that will provide a span of control from a management standpoint, that you can now go forward and solve many of the problems that you hear about from constituents, that I know our mayor hears about, and that I heard about while I was there. There'll be less negotiation between departments and more time and ability to be able to go directly to the problems with a team of people all on the same on the same team in the same group of management. This reorganization won't solve all the problems that you hear about from constituents, but it will create a structure that will allow those problems to be addressed quicker, faster, and more effectively. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman, your light was on, sir. Was that something you don't want to do?
Oh, no.
I saw your light on.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Jones for his efforts on looking at. I am excited about some options to hopefully provide better customer service. I know we've all heard issues and concerns about, particularly in the area of permitting and licensing, things of that nature.
All right, thank you.
I did have one question, and I don't know if you've departed or if you're departing.
I have departed. I'm back here because I really believe in this reorganization, but of course, Jerry Weaver and Ron Thompson are here as well to help answer questions.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Hall, sir.
Yes, Mr. Jones. Early on in my term here on the Assembly, you and I had a meeting one day, and you just had a contractor leave, and you come in and shared with me that all people are really looking for here is predictability. Do you think this will give us that predictability?
That's a big, very large part of what we've addressed here, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hall. Right now, the contractor or the public property owner or anyone dealing with the permitting section has to first figure out who to talk to, and then figure out, and then oftentimes, quite often, including I had to do this as management, negotiate between departments to figure out what the answer is going to be. So the predictability has not been there, and this structure will allow Ron and Jerry to bring it to both internally, to the policymakers, to the constituents. I think it will very definitely address that.
Is that all, Ernie? Ernie, is that it? Okay, thank you. Jennifer?
Do you think in this reorganization there has been any decrease as far as frontline people? Do you feel comfortable as far as that it's well balanced between frontline and executives?
In fact, the target was not to reduce frontline people, and I don't believe we have. We have the primary early cost savings will be in management, reduced management and consolidation. We've eliminated a couple of top positions. And in the administrative side, where we've combined the accounting, payroll functions. No one that I'm aware of, and I'd ask Jerry and Ron perhaps to address this as well, but I don't believe we end up laying off anyone, but we did take advantage of some empty positions and consolidate functions and not fill those positions.
So say that you had an engineer position, it also could maybe be an engineer position -- deputy?
Correct.
The municipal traffic engineer will now run the traffic department instead of previously we had a director of traffic and a municipal traffic engineer. Our goal is to do the same thing ultimately in engineering, and then administration. The two administrative divisions pull administration from 6 or 7 different departments or 6 different departments into 2 groups that can provide consistent reporting and results.
Thank you.
Just one quick question. I saw an org chart that said there were 6 worker bees cut in this reorganization. I don't know what they defined as worker bees, but it said 6 lower level positions were cut in this reorganization. Have you seen that at all?
I have not seen that, and I guess I would, and I've been gone for a couple of weeks, I would have to ask Ron and Jerry to address that. That certainly wasn't our approach going in. Now, as I said in a previous question, we did elect not to fill some positions that were vacant as part of this and eliminated them through the reorganization, and that a position could have been cut in that regard without a layoff occurring.
Okay, thank you. There are no other questions. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. Who does? No, there are no other questions. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's wish of the body? Mr. Honeman?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to postpone the approval of or the voting on this this particular reorganization ordinance, and I can get into that. Just move to postpone.
Moved and seconded until the next meeting, sir?
Until the next meeting. And the reason, sir, Mr. Chairman, if I might just get
Go ahead, sir.
You know, there's been some posturing, and of course there's certainly, we won't see the budget until Friday, the proposed budget by the administration, and I am a little concerned. We're talking about some executive positions being reclassified up with some salary increases, some new non-represented positions in management, administration, particularly there, that are new there. You said yourself, Mr. Chairman, I don't see the actual chart. I've been trying to find it, where there's been some eliminations. And quite frankly, I think it's a little, I mean, I'm excited about it. I'm not objecting to the idea of principle, and certainly the administration has the authority to restructure its own departments to work more efficiently, and I'd urge them to continue looking for all efficiencies they can. But I think it's just a little bit early, and I'd like to wait and see if we can get the budget through and find out what we can afford.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would oppose any postponement at this time. Ron and Jerry and Greg are here to answer any questions Mr. Honeman may have about management positions or changes in classifications. And every day that we postpone this, the city loses money. I mean, the goal of this reorganization is efficiency, better customer service, and it helps our budget to move forward with this reorgan. If you have questions, Mr. Honeman, we have the resources here to answer your questions.
Well, first, to start with, Mr. Mayor, we had a work session here this past Friday, and granted, Mr. Jones came in and did an adequate job of explanation, but they showed a projection of $671,000 savings. Now, I don't know if that's the balance of the year, or is that an overall year starting January 1, 2011. But we had no documentation to show that. Just recently got an email with that document, and frankly, it was a very well done presentation, but very little resource documentation to back up and support. And right now it's a matter of movement, and I don't want to see the department fail. I want to see the efficiencies made and gained. And I appreciate your input. I was going to ask that question. What would be the ramifications for postponing until next meeting?
But the ramification is the city loses money. The $621,000 is an annual savings, and it starts, from day one that the reorganization is approved. So there'll be certainly a quarter's worth of savings for this year, and then the full $621,000. And that number came from an analysis by both the budget office, the finance office, and the employee relations office based on how many positions and what their classifications would be. And a lot of work went into the analysis to come up with that number. And again, the resources are here to answer any questions you may have about that, but it makes no sense to delay it and cost the city money.
Well, I think I gave Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, gentlemen. We need to move on. Mr. Burt, sir, Ms. Johnson, on the issue of postponing for 2 weeks to our next meeting.
Yes. What we're discussing here tonight and whether to postpone it really is, if I'm kind of asking this question, is on Exhibit A, which is the org chart. Am I correct? When I first got on the Assembly, I learned pretty quickly from the previous administration that we kind of make general policy decisions, but when it comes down to the nuts and the bolts and how that policy is actually driven home, we really have not too much to say about it, except we can register our angst. And so with this ordinance, to me, it's just, I don't see any reason to postpone creating this new org chart where the municipal manager under it has a community development and a public works and a real estate department, instead of having an economic and development department. And I think that is what the ordinance is about, unless somebody would like to correct me.
There doesn't appear to be anybody, Jennifer. Anything else, ma'am?
That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Birch, on postponing.
I'm speaking
Next
against
meeting.
postponement. I think we've, as we've discussed earlier, that the cost savings that are projected here amounts to about $11,000 a week. And I think for that kind of savings, I think we really need to move forward with this. I think the public sector economic benefits that are identified represent a consolidation of 7 departments into 3 departments. And I think those type of efficiencies and the relocation of the Office of Planning and Community Development with those functions being moved to the manager's office, it makes sense to me. I think it's an effort and initiative on the mayor's part to improve the efficiency of the municipal government. I think we need to be supportive of that, and I would speak against postponement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Debbie, are you on the line with this still, ma'am? I am. On the issue of postponing for 2 weeks?
I don't need to postpone.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Harriet, on the issue of postponing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand Mr. Hahnemann's concern, especially when I look at the summary of economic effects, and it has no savings shown in the FY10 column. If there are savings to be had, I sure would like to see an SEE that reflects that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gray Jackson, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said during the work session, I'm really, really happy to see this consolidation. It's going to be kind of nice to have a Department of Public Works like we had in the early 80s, and it just makes a whole lot of sense, all of it. With that said, I appreciate and understand Mr. Hahnemann's concern, because we got an email from someone who had lots of questions. And if Mr. Hahnemann can't get those questions that he may have this evening answered this evening, then I could understand why he'd like to postpone it for a couple of weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, on the
Thank you,
issue of
Mr. Chairman.
postponement, sir.
I'd like to ask a question of the administration. As Mr. Birch, I believe, mentioned that the savings projected are about $11,000 a week, but that's not reflected in the C for FY10. Why isn't that in the C if that is in fact the case?
Well, I'll gladly amend the C, propose an amendment to the C of $157,000 for 2010 in terms of savings, so the C will accurately reflect the last quarter of the year.
And why wasn't it in there to begin with?
Thank you, Mike.
Well, my question hasn't been answered yet, Mr. Chairman.
Can I get an answer, sir?
It just was a simple oversight, but it's easily correctable.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, please do a voice vote on the issue of postponement for 2 weeks.
Ms. Drummond?
No.
Postponement? Mr. Birch?
No.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Johnston?
No.
Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn? Yes. Mr. Starr?
No.
Mr. Hall?
No.
Mr. Hahnemann?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander? No. Ms. Osiander said no.
What was the vote?
The vote is 5-6.
So that issue is not postponed. Do we get a motion on the? Okay. Need a motion to approve. It's moved and seconded for approval. Discussion from assembly members.
Mr. Chairman?
No discussion. I'll bring up the vote.
Well,
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Again, as you know, the mayor can make motions, and I move to amend the summary of economic effects under FY10 to show a, with brackets, which indicates a savings of $157,000.
Moving a second, Mr. Mayor. We're not going to object to that.
Mr. May I ask for clarification?
Mr. Flynn, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, do you also intend to do a reduction in positions to reflect the same lines? Is that accurate? The elimination of 5 positions?
Correct.
Okay. Perhaps a friendly amendment?
Yes, accept as a friendly.
Any other discussion from Assembly members? Anything else, Mr. Mayor?
No, thank you, sir.
Madam Clerk, please do a voice vote.
Is that on amending the C?
No, the amendment's a friendly amendment. We can do the C. We're fine there. Ask unanimous consent on the C. We move on from there. On the main motion, 2010-64, do a voice vote so we get Debbie recorded on it, ma'am.
Main motion, or did you?
On the main motion,
Yeah.
if you want.
It's just, it appears that we're sort of providing a cursory overview, but I've dug into it pretty deep. We had an extensive work session on it, and, as I put my questions to the developmental directors, of both of those are out here, they're willing to answer the questions, and I think there's a little bit of learning curve that goes on here. So, because it's going to be unanimous, I hope, and we do that on. I think anytime you have change, it's uncertain, it's scary, it's all that things above that, but, sitting down with the directors of both of those headings, I think we're going to have a better and more efficient government, and they know they're on notice. We also have the budget discussions coming up, which, that's not a free pass either to just manage the way you want. So expect hard questions on how you're going to deliver those services. Mr. Hall brought up one of them, which was, are we going to see better services to our end user customers? And I hope that's the case. Financially, I still have some questions whether or not we're there yet. But I'm hopeful we get it. And I got what I needed from the work session on and before. So it's not a simple matter of approval because we're giving the mayor his way. I think everyone did their diligence here, and I appreciate that extent from Mr. Jones on how hard he worked to do it. So thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, before I go on with people, we're going to need your amendment in writing for our clerk, please, so we can get it put in the minutes, if you would, please. Mr. Flynn, sir, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real briefly to the administration, I think Mr. Starr is correct. I think this will pass without any trouble, but it would be useful, I think, for all of us to see in the 2011 budget presentation sort of how this manifests itself, sort of down in the trenches, just so we can answer some of the questions we're receiving. I think we'd have a lot of good answers, but as the devils of the details develop, it would be useful to know.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Flynn. And if you would share those questions with us, I haven't seen any. So if you guys are getting questions about this, could you let us know?
We'll pass them along.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, please conduct a vote on this item.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander? Ms. Osiander's a yes. Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Mr. Trainee?
Yes. That amendment passes unanimously. And Greg, thank you for coming back to shepherd this. We appreciate it. We're not giving you flowers, though, so go and have fun, sir.
Why not?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mayor. We're now back to item 13A and B.
I think actually it's 13B and C, Mr. Chairman.
13B and C, sorry.
Move to combine the public hearing on items 13B and C.
Is there a second? Is there any objection to combining the items? Then when you're coming up to testify, you can testify in both B and C.
And, Mr. Chairman,
B relates. Go ahead.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, just as a reminder to yourself and the rest of the body and our audience, I did declare a potential conflict of interest when this was originally introduced. You ruled that conflict was not sufficient to exclude me from participation.
That's true, and you're not getting out of it now either.
Okay, I did want to amend that slightly, however. I want to add that it turns out my mother owns a property within the new boundaries that would be assessed. She's not part of my household, so I don't think it carries, but I want to make sure it was on the record.
I'm sure you don't agree with everything your mother says either.
True.
Okay.
Don't
we'll move on.
Mr. Chairman, and just a reminder, I'm not leaving because I'm not interested in this topic, but I am conflicted out.
Yes,
so,
you are, Mr. Mayor.
I'll
By
be
the board
out of the
of
room.
ethics.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here. Anybody wishing to testify on this issue, please come forward. Don't be shy, please. State your name clearly and spell your last name, please.
My name is Kelly Campbell, C-A-M-P-B-E-L-L, and I apologize if all of you did not receive the letter that I wrote in reference to my disagreement with this expanded assessment role. I am a part owner in the 4th floor of the 500 L Street building. It's the white building with the blue band. It's on the southwest corner of L Street and 5th. We are strictly an office building. We have no other activities, and when this originally came up 10 years ago, I testified just exactly the same things. We will receive no benefit from this assessment. We already, according to the municipal code, keep our sidewalks, parking lots, access totally clear of snow and ice in the winter, and totally clear and clean of debris or anything else in the summertime. We already pay for that. The assessment for our floor is approximately $1,500. There's 5 floors. That's $7,500 for this one building, and for absolutely nothing. We already have our flower beds and planters planted, take care of them and decorate them in the wintertime. We're right next door to Peterson Towers, which has done an enormously expensive redo of their outdoor entryway with flower beds that are very large. If you put any more flowers in front of us, it's not going to have the desired effect. The partnership has shared with us that perhaps they would be able to shovel our walks occasionally, but it wouldn't be within 72 hours. We cannot operate a business under those circumstances. We have no tourism, no visitor services that we generate, that we require, or that we would utilize. The security services, we provide our own security. We've never had a police call, to my knowledge, to our building or to Peterson Towers. We've never had extra security requirements. We pay for the security that we use and need, and so this is extraneous, and we wouldn't receive it anyway, I don't think. And as far as the promotion of a downtown, we as residents of the area, if we buy tickets to the PAC, which I do, I think already we're paying $7.50 surcharge for promotion of a downtown and or the maintenance and repair of the PAC itself. So I don't know why we would be assessed additionally for that over and above other residents. So, simply put, I do not believe we are going to receive any services for these additional costs.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Birch has a question, ma'am.
Thank you for coming down to testify this evening, Kelly. One thing that I just kind of, it's real clear that all the boundaries around the downtown improvement district existing, and with the exception of L Street, as proposed, are all down the middle of the city street. It seems like this is basically the only, this western extension, if you will, is the only one that goes, if you will, mid-block or halfway through a block. Have you been given any indication as to why? I guess I'm just not familiar with some of the background.
No, that, as I recall, that's the original boundaries that they tried to impose originally, and we were successful in saying that this was not affecting us, would not affect us, would give us no services or any benefits. And because we are not a business that is utilizing or facilitates, promotes, enhances any of the problems that they're dealing with downtown.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your testimony. Anybody else wants to testify, please come forward.
Thank you very much.
Spell your last name, please.
Excuse me. My last name is Danguilan, D-A-N-G-U-I-L-A-N. My first name is Ebenezer, and they call me Ness for short. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you, and I'm greatly honored. And I am here because I want to let you know that I have 2 commercial properties downtown, which I bought way back in 1995. They were both dilapidated by then, and now it's very much improved, and I'm appraised very highly. And the addresses are, by the way, one is at 212 East 6th Avenue, right in front of the Office Depot, and the other one is 131 West 6th Avenue, right across the Anchorage Museum. Sir, Madam, I have 2 issues. First, I would like to inform you that what I'm telling you now is what I brought up before here in the Assembly. Anyway, in 1997, I bought the 212 East 6th Avenue property downtown. The lot size is 80 by 140, or a combination of 30 foot and 50 feet by 140 square feet. My complaint is this: why am I being taxed separate for the 30 by 140 square feet lot when it is vacant? That place is vacant. My 210 real property assessment says I have a building value of $3,300 on that vacant lot. I believe this is an error. There is no building on a 30-foot strip. When I bought that as a one property at one time, and there's only one building. I believe that I went to municipality and gave my complaint, and I haven't received any feedback. The second issue is with the Downtown Improvement District. I have great respect for the objectives and accomplishment of this organization. As a matter of fact, I was one of the original board of directors when it got started. But that was when I was fully employed and making good salary with my job. But when I retired in 2007, my salary dwindled, and I'm sure some of you retirees know what I'm talking about. I mean, you become poor. I don't have any job, and as my community volunteer service, I have been running a TV program called Film Showtime, and it's non-profit, and may I repeat, non-profit weekly community television program, which even made me poor, because, well, as I said, I don't have any job. Because I'm unemployed, I do all the cleaning up, even snow plowing the sidewalk of my properties, and on April 4th, I was sent a special assessment district petition statement. I sent it back saying that I wish to terminate the Downtown Improvement District. At this time, may I say that what I wanted really, was to opt off the Improvement District and to take care of myself of my commercial properties, which I have been doing, by the way, for the past many years. Financially, I cannot afford the Downtown Improvement District yearly assessment, and so again, in due respect, I want to be dropped out of the list of the Downtown Improvement District. I hope you kind considerations. Thank you for your time. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions currently. Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Assembly, Mayor, my name is Darren Hubbard, Hubbard. Forgive me for my nervousness, so I will probably read from my notes. Notes and thoughts on the new proposed expanded boundary for the Downtown Improvement District. I do understand the benefits for downtown partnership, as I'm employed by the Hotel Captain Cook, and I understand the promotions of tourism, the benefits that it can create, not only to have a downtown such as ours now, and the aesthetics that go along with attracting customers, if you will. Having said that, I am opposed to the proposed expansion of the Downtown Improvement District. In my opinion, there's no clear reason from ADP's website or solicitation letter from ADP dated June 10th that explains the reasoning or justification for the new boundary line. There was really no mention of how it came to be, and if there were any options, option 1, 2, 3, etc. The expansion, in my opinion, raises concern and biases. Being a resident that rents and a resident that owns and resides in a particular building. In other words, I don't think I'm any better than anybody else in my building, and I shouldn't be given a break, whereas somebody perhaps it would be having to absorb that cost, either in rent or otherwise. It also raises the question of definition between commercial properties and residential properties. If this new boundary now incorporates and targets more residential dwellings, why not have the boundary model lines that the municipality of Anchorage deems downtown Anchorage? The summary of services in the downtown business improvement district presents no additional added value to the residents of the Connect Arms. The HOA monthly dues that every resident in our building pays and covers such items as building and grounds maintenance, snow removal and plowing of sidewalks, lawn care, flowers, security services, etc. And may I add, our flowers are actually probably one of the best in downtown Anchorage. We have a full-time maintenance person on site that provides us with not only the security services that we benefit from as an on-site, but he maintains our sidewalks, salts them on a regular basis, promptly in a timely manner. Lastly, the Anchorage Downtown Partnership recently organized and promoted the first annual Pirate Pub Crawl. I witnessed firsthand how this particular event benefited certain downtown area bars. This event generated an amazing turnout, and I assume some great revenue for those businesses that participated in this unique event. But I fail to see how an event such as the Pirate Pub Crawl has anything to do with a residential building, nor do I want any promotional efforts made to encourage people dressed as pirates to hang out at the Connect Arms. No presentations from, as we are aware, from Anchorage Downtown Partnership were made to our board of directors, nor the management company that manages our building, Snows Management. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions right now. Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Hello, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Mary Cavalier, C-A-V-A-L-I-E-R. I'm a renter at Connect Arms. I've lived there for 3 years after relocating back into Anchorage from the bush. I would personally be financially hurt by this. It would increase my rent anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 a year, and I'm sure the downtown businesses would much rather have me support that during the winter time, especially when the tourists aren't here. So I would strongly appreciate not allowing this assessment to occur on a residential property. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Kenneth Atkinson, A-T-K-I-N-S-O-N. I'm one of the owners of the building at 420 L Street, which is largely identified as the Simon & Seaforth's building because they are the ground floor tenant and of some renown. There are 5 owners of the building, myself, Jess Bell, Joe Young, Gary Baugh, and Bruce Gagnon. The building was being built in 1977, was completed in 78, and has been occupied. Except for the restaurant, the only other occupants are business offices, law offices, and some federal government offices. I'm speaking, I guess, on Part C, asking, we are on the west side of L Street, so I'm asking that we be excluded from the downtown improvement district. The genesis, I guess, of the district originally, and at least in part, was to control the public inebriates that inhabited the core district, and some other things, sprucing it up and one thing and another. We, of course, already keep our building very spruce. We have, no pun intended, we have one spruce tree and 2 weeping birch planter, and as well as flowers, which are professionally maintained at some expense to the owners. We view this as a grab or an extension of greediness on the part of the existing core areas, and more likely it's professional managers who run them. Ones who run it on a day-to-day basis. And it literally reminds me of a Lincoln story that he told about a farmer who was in litigation over some land adjoining his. He wanted that land. And Lincoln quoted the farmer as saying, "I'm not greedy about land, I just want the land that joins mine." And that's what they're extending. They're wanting to extend. It's a governmental creep. Unfortunately, they have the authority of the municipality behind them. The zoning ordinance itself makes a distinction between the various types of downtown business districts. There's the core district, and then there's the intermediate district. The core district has a separate municipal code citation, 2145-150. Then there's an intermediate, 2145-160, and the peripheral zone, which we are in, 2145-160. So the municipal ordinances already recognize shades of difference between the core area, which was the genesis of this business district and needed it, but we don't need it, we don't want it. Also, the charter provision, in the process of arguing to protest our inclusion, I looked at the charter, and the charter provision in Section 902 of Article 9 says that the municipal assembly made by ordinance provides services by a tax levy, and it doesn't mention an assessment. Now, there is a practical and legal distinction, but the practical distinction is we cannot exclude or deduct from our income taxes an assessment, as I understand it, whereas we can deduct for taxes. But that doesn't belie what I've just said about the charter provision, providing that you must do this.
Sir, your time's up.
I'm sorry.
That's all right, sir. We have some questions for you. Mr. Flynn?
Actually, Mr. Atkins, it's a slightly different topic, but you might be interested to know that an ordinance conveying the conservation easement on the Campbell Creek Greenbelt or wetlands was introduced tonight. You and I talked about that earlier. Just wanted to let you know. I'll give you a copy before you leave.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes, we've heard a lot from residential and from office buildings as far as the lack of services this assessment would provide. You're in a little bit different. I'd like to ask you about Simon and Seaford's, because to me this assessment has a lot more to do with tourism, or it could be perceived that, than it does as far as office or residential. And do you feel, or are you able to say as far as what impact maybe the downtown partnership has had on tourism and has had, I mean, were they part of the pirate crawl?
Part of the what?
The pirate crawl?
Well, Simon and Seaforth has acquired a friend of mine who was in Egypt told me he ran into another American. When the other guy found out he was from Anchorage, he said, "Oh, what's the name of that restaurant there? The one with the great view of the ocean?" And, you know, Simon's, we get a percentage of the gross, so I am aware. Their business, except for probably January, when people are paying their Christmas bills, is up all year. It's good all year. I can't quantify. I belong to the Captain Cook Athletic Club. When I walk through the lobby in the summer, I hear the blue-haired ladies asking the concierge where a good restaurant is. He recommends, the Hickle shouldn't hear about this, he recommends Simon and Seaford, where Captain Cook has some very good restaurants. Or the people would be asking the question, where is that restaurant called Simon and Seaford?
And this might be difficult to answer, but Simon and Seaford was there before the downtown partnership came into existence, right?
Yeah, they've been in there for 32 years. It's November of 78.
Did you ever see in your gross receipts a change from when the downtown partnership began and how the restaurant was doing? In other words, can you quantify any success, or because they would have had some it could have showed some effect on the business.
No, and I haven't seen any of the attachés of the Downtown Improvement District patrolling our area. I guess we weren't in it, but I haven't seen them even near it, and they may have inadvertently, at least, referred somebody to the Simon and Seafords, but
I guess the question I'm asking is that the downtown partnership promotes downtown.
Yes.
And Simon and Seaford being part of that promotion, or maybe, so as I say, this might be a hard question to answer, but
Well, Simon and Seafords, the city ordinance of I have the number here, AMC 2480-090 imposes on an adjoining landowner the obligation to remove snow which has accumulated 2 inches between 8 and 6 p.m. of the day of snowfall. If you have an 8-inch snowfall, is the Downtown Improvement District employees or agents going to come down 4 times to shovel off? They're quoting us, and 72 hours they'll remove snow. We get our maintenance people that we pay to get out there immediately because it's very important for us.
Anything else, Jennifer? Mr. Burt, sir?
Yes, thank you for your testimony and your observations this evening. I actually had a couple of questions. First of all, how are and you understand that this has basically gone through a petitioning process, and basically the voting has already happened and is presented to the Assembly as something to effectively ratify. And I guess one of the questions I had, how is the building that you represent, are those shares voted as a block? In other words, is that one vote, or is it voted on by different ownership and operations within the building?
No, there's no other than tenants. There's no ownership other than the 5 people that I've identified.
I guess what I'm fuzzy on is in that building, does that building represent a single vote in the valuation of that building? And I can wait and ask this of the...
Chris, I think it would be better if we asked the downtown partnership.
Okay, yeah, I just wasn't sure if you were... I'm just not that tuned into what that... And also, historically, are you aware of... Every place else on the boundary, it goes down the middle of the street. And on the west end here, it goes it doesn't go down the middle of the street. It goes down like an alley or the back half of the property.
Well, we protested against an attempt to include us earlier.
Okay.
And successfully, and some years later we're now facing this incursion, creeping form of government and advocated for by people ordinarily saying we don't want government in our business.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Various people advocating this.
Thank you, sir. There are no other questions. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Sir, there's something on the ground. Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Well, welcome. My name is Michael Hurst, H-U-R-S-T. I'm the marketing director at the Glacier Brew House in Orso. So I do have an interest in the renewal and the expansion of the downtown improvement district. And speaking on a positive note, from the inception of it, we've seen nothing but an increase in our business over the last few years. We like what it does. The partnership is just a wonderful partnership. The events, the activities that they bring downtown, the whole clean, safe, and vibrant portion of the downtown partnership has just been wonderful to us. The increase in tourism, what they do for our local visitors downtown, I think is wonderful. So wholeheartedly support it, and hope all of you will support it as well.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burke, sir?
Were you involved in any of the formulation of the boundaries? And
I was not involved in them, and Chris Schutte is here and can speak to all of that tonight and explain the logic or how we came about with that.
Okay, thank you.
There are no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Keep
you,
up the
Mr.
good
Crane.
work. Great place to eat.
Well, thank you.
Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chairman. My name is Bob Mintz. I'm MTZ, and I represent the Kargatstein building and the Brady building downtown. From an office building owner's perspective, the prospective services have no value whatsoever. We'll also note that the administrative overhead connected with the actual services delivered on the ground is outrageous. And I also believe that the Assembly isn't here to ratify the petition. It's here to approve the petition if it finds that the assessments are delivered proportionate to the benefit received and the burden imposed. And I would submit that that's not the case in this instance because of the fact that there's a cap. And the effect of the cap is to have the visitor industry, major hotels, paying the tax, if you will, at a much lower marginal rate than other people do, and yet they're the prime beneficiaries. Also, they've allowed residential people who can get an exemption for the asking to vote in favor of continuing or expanding the district. And if those people ask for exemptions, then it violates the principle of the district being approved by the people who bear the burden of it. That was my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Jennifer?
Yes, I was looking through your comments here, and I can't find it, but I thought I read that you knew kind of the breakdown as far as the vote.
I do. I have all the petitions with me.
And were you able to tell from that breakdown as far as what effect the residential exemption had on the vote?
You know, I didn't do that. The main breakdown that I computed was the expansion area and who voted for it and how it got carried.
And just for everybody's benefit, would you mention what that was?
Yes, I think that 37% of the assessments in the expansion area voted in favor of it, and half of those were 4 buildings: the Cook Garage and Hotel, and I forget the other two. I can look it up for you. But they were visitor industry-related businesses. So those 4 buildings are half of the vote in favor, and the vote in favor was only 1/3 of the people in the proposed expansion district.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Debbie.
I have a question for Mr. Mintz.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Did the residential people vote in the old assessment area or just in the proposed new?
They voted in both.
They voted in both, Debbie.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Mr. Mintz, for coming. So the vote in the extension area was not more than 50% or more
No, it was
of the assessment?
37%.
Just 37%. Okay, so I guess that's a question for the administration, is what's the rule for the extension part?
We can ask legal when we get
Okay,
down to that.
thank you.
Excuse me. Mr. Birch, sir?
Yes, that was a piece of information I was unaware of. So basically, the weighted vote of the entire district can add to the district, even if there's a negative, or if there's less than 50% in the area to be added?
That's what's happening, as I understand it.
Well, that's very interesting. Sounds very familiar, too. I think there's a state law now that prohibits an annexation without an affirmative vote in the area to be annexed and the area doing the annexing.
Sounds like a good law to me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. There are no other questions. Appreciate you being here. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, ma'am.
My name is Eva Agner, A-I-G-N-E-R. Thank you for letting me speak, Mr. Chairman, Assembly. I just wanted to repeat on behalf of the renters in the area that it would negatively impact us. I'm in the Kinnick Arms building also. And my landlord here not just has my own unit, but owns multiple units, and so the cost obviously gets passed off not just to me, but to multiple renters in the building. Some of whom I know are on fixed incomes and have different, economic situations. So while I support the mission of the Downtown Partnership, they're doing a great job as far as I can tell. They've done a lot to promote arts and culture in restaurants and commercial businesses. Unfortunately, I don't see a return to the residential. I don't see how it impacts the residents of the area. So it's my understanding that all of the services that they would supposedly supply for this are actually taken care of within the condo dues, and that's taken care of by the owners. And of course, all of that would go up by measures with this tax. So I just wanted to repeat what other folks had said in my building, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Ma'am, we have some questions. Jennifer?
Yes, you choose to live downtown, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what are some of the reasons why you have chosen to live downtown?
Well, I choose to live downtown because of the building, actually. It's a secured unit. It's a secured building. I like the historic building. I'm also, I like the other folks in the building, and I like the proximity to the coastal trail.
Do you work downtown?
Not downtown. I work for the opera.
Oh, okay.
So I work way downtown.
I'm just trying to find out what everybody might be getting out of the Downtown Partnership, and so the promotions they have, like the pirate crawl or something to that effect. Have you partaked in any of that, or have you? I'm not asking if you go out drinking, but I just.
Actually, I don't. I prefer the proximity to the coastal trail as my primary activity with regard to living downtown. So the general health and prosperity of the downtown area is in my own best interest. because it makes it safer and cleaner and more entertaining for other folks. But
Do you feel that the downtown partnership has helped at all as far as the opera?
they gave us some LED lights last Christmas, and I mean I think they have. I mean, we don't have a relationship with them insofar as we're a nonprofit. We don't pay that for their services. Like, they don't come and plant our flowers or clean anything or do anything like that. Occasionally, I think they run a little blurb about us in their advertising.
Okay.
But, you know, I mean, it seems like a good mission.
Okay,
Just
thank
not
you.
for residential.
Okay, thank you.
Harriet?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for coming. Do you know what your additional cost would be as a tenant in the Knik Arms? I'm having trouble. You wouldn't believe the pile of paper we have on this side of the table. And I've been trying, during the last several speakers, I've been trying to find out what the particular residential units that have been complaining to us on this issue are going to have to pay as their share.
You know, I don't know for sure. It's my understanding that it's $200 to $300 a year.
For each unit?
Yeah.
Okay. Another question for the administration.
I don't know.
Thank you.
I'm not
Thank you.
accurate.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Appreciate it. Good luck with the opera.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the clerk. And spell your name, Heather.
Good evening. My name is Heather Flynn, Flynn. And I'm here on behalf of not only myself, but also John Blaine, who spoke here earlier from the Unitarians. We are both property owners in the impacted area. I am a resident, not a tourist. I live downtown. I've always lived downtown. I've lived downtown since I was born. I patronize the downtown. Activities, restaurants, the performing arts complex, shopping, recreation. I even pay dues to the Downtown Anchorage Association, not because I have a business downtown, but because I respect and support the work that they do. John Blaine and I own rental condominiums in Knik Arms. And by the way, in answer to your question, Ms. Johnston, it's $201.54 per unit. That's the exact amount. Whoever thought it was $1,000 to $2,000 needs a refresher course in math. That is less than $20 a month. I support the Downtown Improvement District and the expansion. I was especially pleased that Wally Hickel came in of his own volition. I mean, I was ready to go lobby him because I so appreciate the services of the Downtown Improvement District. It wasn't necessary. He came in without any nagging from me whatsoever. And in response to the question as why does a line go down the alley, it's very simple. It's a zoning line. Mary Lou Wyram stood not in this room but in another one back over on Tudor Road many years ago and got that line drawn there so that all of those office buildings that are sitting there could be built there. That's why it's there. And I would also point out that there are a lot of lawyers in those buildings. I know a lot of them, and I see them down eating their bratwurst hot dogs and listening to the music Monday through Friday from noon to 1. They also walk to the courthouse. I walk and ride my bicycle all over downtown. I know how much the Downtown Improvement District has improved what our community is like, not just for tourists, but for those of us who choose to live downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody have any questions for Heather? Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, ma'am.
Welcome. Thank you. My name is Marie Lambert, Lambert. I own a condo at the Knik Arms, and what bothers me is talking of the good of the partnership, but also as a resident. If I remember correctly, the architect of the downtown partnership was for merchants. It was not the word wasn't even thought of as far as resident. Now, I mean, why Connect Arms is involved in this, I don't understand. I truly don't. It's 60 people are living, in the building, no businesses. We take care of everything, like you've heard before from other people that have come up, and I don't understand it. Why we are part of it. And the pirates, they can run down into the cove if they want to. I mean, the people aren't going to be very happy down there either if it comes up. But I'm not trying to be facetious. I just don't understand how we are involved in that, how our building is involved. And I really don't have much more to say because I think most everything has been said about it. And I know the businesses do well. I'm over at the Captain Cook with the business myself, but I don't understand the resident part of it.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any questions from Assembly members?
And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of the Assembly. My name is James Driscoll. Last name is Driskell. I own a building on 235 East 9th Avenue, which is basically the corner of 9th and Cordova. The building was built by my father in 1970. When it was built, it really wasn't part of downtown. It was kind of out of town. But I've been a member of the Downtown Partnership for the last 10 years. I've practiced dentistry in that building. It's a professional building, and I've been there for 21 years. I think what you're seeing from different businesses and different type of buildings that are scattered throughout downtown is that most of the buildings that really, and businesses, commercial business owners that really benefit from this Downtown Partnership are tourism type based businesses, restaurants, bars, the pirate pub crawl. You know, that really didn't benefit me. Maybe if somebody fell and broke their tooth and came in, that might benefit me. But otherwise, I'm looking at the specifics that the Downtown Partnership is supposed to provide for me for the extra about $1,500 I pay in my special assessment. When you get a special assessment from the municipality, I assume that you get some special services too. Some of these services, what I was read in the letter I got, were upkeep of capital improvements within the Downtown Improvement District. I'm not sure if just the property taxes that I pay, not in addition to the special assessment, are supposed to cover those type of things or not. Maintenance and snow removal. I've been talked to by the right-of-way officer. Hey, your sidewalk is not scraped down to pavement. I said, sir, I pay a special assessment. It says right here that snow removal from the public right-of-ways is part of that, the services I get from that assessment. I was informed that's not true. The sidewalk next to your property is your responsibility, so don't even count on those folks to clear that sidewalk. That's your responsibility. Like I said, in the last 10 years, I've noticed more problems with inebriates at my office sleeping in my entryway than I did in the previous 10 years. There's many mornings I get there at 7:45 in the morning, and I walk out front. There's cardboard laying there, human waste, vodka bottles, mouthwash bottles. I've been told, you can call us and we'll come and clean that up for you. But I've got a patient that's going to walk through the door in 15 minutes, and I can't wait 2 or 3 hours for somebody to come and clean that up. I don't expect them to wade through that to get in my door. I've talked to folks in the past. I'm not sure if they're the same people that are running the Downtown Partnership now. And, I've been told, oh, yeah, we'll come by and look at your building, see if that's happening. It didn't solve the problem. So, like many of the other people that have spoken before you here, I don't think that I am receiving very much for the extra property taxes that I am paying. I'm not getting much bang for my buck, so to speak. Right now, Our country is in a recession. Small businesses are under a lot of distress. You pile more taxes on people, it makes businesses that much closer to the brink of not being able to pay all the bills.
Anything else, sir?
No, that's it.
Questions from Assembly members? Thank you, sir, for coming down here. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Welcome. Thank you. Ron Pollock, P-O-L-L-O-C-K. I guess I wanted to kind of go against the grain a little bit. I'm in a family partnership that owns property in the new expanded district at the corner of 7th and K. It's also known as the Anchorage Medical and Surgical Clinic. We were thrilled to be included with this, and it's not something we can say absolutely we're going to receive X number of dollars for our assessment, which is substantial. But we do feel like in the end, with the value provided with Heather Flynn and some of the things that she talked about, is significant and adds to the value and the quality of experience for our employees who work in the clinic and the doctors who work here. It makes it easier to rent, and I've seen a lot of things that the partnership has done over the last few years, and I'm impressed with that.
Questions from Assembly members? Ms. Johnston?
How about putting your other hat on?
I don't have another hat tonight.
Well, but with the other hat, the downtown partnership should have some. I mean, do you see any benefits as far as working with you and the authority?
Well, yes. Anchorage Community Development Authority, which I'm involved with, is very supportive of the efforts for all of the various clean, safe programs, particularly an influence of security as they go around. Some of the new section really hasn't seen that benefit because they haven't been patrolled. I think they'll be pleasantly surprised if the wisdom of the body is to approve this tonight. We're very supportive of it.
Thank you, sir. There are no other questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chairman, my name is James Minton, M-I-N-T-O-N. And I neither work in nor live in downtown. I actually live out in the Jewel Lake District and love that we have a city that has a vibrant downtown core. I think any of us, depending on our travels or where we've lived, have seen the alternative. And I'm not a tourist. I love bringing tourists into downtown. I get that a lot of the value that perhaps is perceived is for businesses related from tourism, but I believe they also benefit from residents. They benefit from people like me who choose to come have dinner downtown. And if it wasn't a clean and safe and vibrant area, I don't know that we would do that as often. So I urge your support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Assembly, my name is Chris Schutte. I'm the Executive Director for Anchorage Downtown Partnership, SCHUTTE. I appear before you tonight to encourage you to pass both AR 210-251 that authorizes the special assessments for this year, and also encourage your support of AO 2010-58 to both renew and expand the Downtown Improvement District. The Improvement District was started by business owners as well as property owners in 1997 to really address the issue of deterioration in downtown Anchorage. As I think you've heard a mixed bag tonight of results from that, people who are happy, people who are not happy, but I think that overall the general consensus both in lease rates, in occupancy rates, in new buildings, and in property values shows that the Improvement District hopefully had a strong role in keeping downtown a vital economic center for our city. The DID is approaching the end of its current 10-year period. It must be renewed or terminated by a decision of the property owners. There have been questions about the map and why it was chosen to go all the way to the alley behind L Street down towards the Park Strip. Really the only answer to that is that it's geographic. Everything beyond that, it's an alleyway that there is nowhere else to go really beyond that. The one exception to that, as you can see in your map, is that when you get down to M Street, there is a building that occupies the whole block, so the district does have to veer to M Street and stop there. That was, as somebody already mentioned, that was the original intention when the district was created, and it was promoted as the choice for the district this time, should it be both renewed and expanded. In accordance with Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 1920.020, petitions by 316 properties representing 61.7498% of the estimated annual cost of the assessment district were submitted to the clerk, requesting that the municipality both renew the current district and expand that western boundary to include both sides of L Street. That change to the boundary is the only change proposed for the improvement district. Approving AO 2010-58 will expand the boundaries and will make the district whole. We are in the business of managing and improving downtown, but for the past 13 years have had to really stop short, excluding many western properties which are an integral part of downtown, both the office complexes, the residential units, as well as the retail businesses and the tourism-related facilities. The Downtown Improvement District seeks to increase cleanliness, occupancy rates, investment values, and leasing income. That's an important one to remember and consider in light of tonight's testimony and many of the questions that have been raised by office building owners. What is the value to me and to my property? I already take care of maintenance, I already take care of security. The Improvement District is geared to improve the entire area for your tenants, your visitors, your customers, etc., once they set foot off the confines of your property. If you have the most beautiful, well-maintained piece of property sitting in the middle of the least desirable area in the city, chances are your lease rates are going to decline. People are going to vacate that building. I hear the beeper, so I'll wrap it up, but I am here for questions should you have any.
We have a few. Mr. Birch, sir.
Hi. Thanks for coming here this evening, and perhaps you can illustrate. There's some testimony earlier about the area that was is basically being annexed or added into the existing district. May not have voted. It may have been. I think it was testified there was a 37% vote in the area that was annexed. And in the assembly memo we have here, it says 316 properties representing 61% of the estimated total cost of the service assessment. But I understand that that's probably in the aggregate. Do you have a breakdown as to what the vote was, if you will, in the area that was annexed by the existing?
No, I do not, because the question put forth to property owners and to the Assembly is not a segmented question, it's an aggregate question. So I don't have that information on hand.
But do you have can you tell which property owners voted in the affirmative and which did not?
Absolutely.
It's not a secret ballot then, right?
No, it's not secret, no.
Okay. So then it's possible to identify the area that's annexed and identify those who voted in that annexed area.
Yes.
And what percentage of the 316 properties is included in the annexed area, and what the percentage is of estimated annual cost that would be paid for.
Well, except that, and I will defer to city attorney or city legal on this, but the danger with that is that the question was never, the question was always posed in the aggregate, both for people in the current district and in the expanded area. So people in the expanded area, when they were casting or writing their petitions in the affirmative, they were not executing them in the affirmative solely for that single area. They were executing in the affirmative for the aggregate area.
What I want to relate is I've got a problem if the existing service area is able to go out and rope in and expand over the objections, strenuous or otherwise, of the area being annexed to the extent that it may have less than a 50% favorable vote in the area being annexed, if you understand where I'm coming from.
I understand, yes. Yeah.
Is there some way that we can get that calculated, or I don't know if you've got somebody here in the audience who can figure that up?
No,
I'm going to need that information before I make a vote on this.
Okay. No, I don't have that available here. I will, of course, defer to staff to see if they have that, but I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you.
Paul?
Yeah. Thanks for coming down, Mr. Schutte. And, I guess there was a couple of comments that came in, and I appreciate you explaining that the entire district, including the people that live in both residential and the business complex, depending on whether they're, regardless of whether they're involved in the tourism and trades or not, benefit from the extra services. And having been on the service side of the house, you pay taxes for police service, but not for a cop to stay by your house when you vacate it for all day or all month you're gone on either a trip or for vacation or whatever. So I can appreciate you cannot be there for everybody's business when the snow starts flying in that entire service area with, 5 or 6 maintenance ambassadors?
Actually, currently we have 10, and we look to expand that with the approval of this.
Right. And so I can appreciate that, but at the same time, I also hear some of the businesses talking about some of the things that happen overnight. I don't know if you have plans to have a night shift, somebody that can take care of properties when, help oversee the properties when the dark of night, when most people are sleeping at home, and maybe they work like the dentist who testified earlier, he's got an appointment first thing in the morning, he comes in, he didn't really have a whole lot of time, and perhaps he's counting on someone from the downtown area. I mean, do you see some room for improvement from your program, I guess?
Yes, through the chair, yes, absolutely. One of the things that we've done for the past 4 years is work towards that goal of attaining, for starters, 7-day-a-week service, which we're at. And our next goal is to achieve 24-hour service, which we're hopeful with the approval of this district and the expanded area and expanded manpower and resources that brings to the improvement district, that will be attainable. Currently, we are constrained by budget to 10 maintenance ambassadors. We start at 5 a.m. in the morning. We're done by 7 p.m., and that's 7 days a week. So there's a lot of time still to hit that 24-hour mark, but we strive to.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr, sir?
Well, a couple of questions. I'm not sure if it was a current member or one that's being annexed in. It spoke about a level of snow clearing. Is there levels of service divided up in the mix? So what he referenced in that, it looked like it was going to be a 72-hour clear. What is your standard for the downtown?
Well, through the chair, the standard is we have routes. Much like I think the municipality operates. We typically can make it through the entire improvement district on our first pass only within 7 to 8 hours after snowfall. So what that means is that for a first pass, it's really, we don't spend the time to clear the entire sidewalk from building edge or property edge to curb. We come through to clear the biggest path we can clear without having to stop and spend all that time on each individual property because we have such a large area to maintain, 103 square blocks. For us, the priority on that first pass is to just make it walkable. After the first pass, after the first 8 hours or so, is when we're allowed to, or when we're able to return to properties also on the same route system and do what we call the cleanup, which is pushing it the rest of the way into the street.
Have you looked at what your model is going to look like when and if you get this territory? Is there going to be a lesser priority? I mean, it's different types of terrain. You're in a, it's marked difference, really. I guess you've got increased snow clearing responsibilities because the properties are slightly different. Have you told them what it's going to be, or how do you market your expectations to them now? Have you told them?
Through the chair, for current properties within the improvement district, yes. In fact, our annual snow meeting is coming up next week. For properties that are not in a district, meeting with them on what to expect, we wanted to wait until after tonight before we made that assumption. But yes, it's absolutely one of our operational goals to do that, preferably on a property-by-property basis, especially to address some of the concerns we've heard tonight, and fully explain and work with property owners on how can the service model that we use benefit your properties, and are there changes that you as a building owner, building manager see that we could do differently that would actually allow that level of service to be commensurate with what you feel you're paying annually. So yes, we've started looking at the western areas and what it will take from us. We've literally driven down there on our machinery to see what fits where and how long it takes to get from one end of the district to the other. So we're in preparations for that.
Well, I don't want to bore it because I kind of understand the process, but it looks like Kinnick Arms in particular with their organizational, I guess it's not, I guess it's an ownership structure you'd call it, and they're basically a whole slug of condos. Is that why they have multiple votes? I mean, if they were a LLC holding company and had had just one tax bill, then they would have only had one vote for that structure. Is that what you're saying?
Through the chair, every parcel or every registered parcel within the improvement district received a petition statement. So to use your example, yes, in a building that's condoed out like that, each individual owner got one. But also, to your second example of an LLC, it is possible for an LLC to own multiple properties.
I wasn't trying to go down that path necessarily as much as the assessment opportunities also concur with that. Then if there was only a single vote out of that ownership structure, then you'd only have one assessment. Would that be right?
That is correct.
So now you've got Kinnick Arms with, 30 or 40, let's say. I don't know the number of owners there, but now you have 30 or 40 potential assessments as opposed to, say, just the one. Is that right?
Each individual property owner will receive an assessment.
I guess, again, just to reiterate with Mr. Birch's tactics, what we have read, and I have read it all, it was a little bit challenging for me to understand that this now appears, as it was packaged, like almost a forced taking as opposed to a willing sign-up. And so I don't want to be critical of the process necessarily, but I really want to have a breakdown of the residents and the owners in that annexed area, what they voted. I really need to have that. So I can appreciate the mass vote and the overall intention, but I'm really cognizant of what those voters would want as it relates to the expanded district. So thank you.
Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Schuette, for coming. Hold on a second. As I said before, there's too much paper here. One of the previous speakers implied that certain residential properties within the district have asked for and gotten the exemptions sort of without question. Is that a case? Is that in fact true?
I will, through the chair, I will defer to the administration on fully explaining it, but the short answer to your question is any property owner of record who had not already received the residential exemption from the special assessment received a petition statement. So they were allowed to cast their vote, if you will, either way, in favor or opposed. We made it very clear in the petitions to properties that were identified as residential that if you are indeed truly owner-occupied, you have the ability through the municipality to apply for a residential exemption, and we even included the forms for them. But we do not oversee that portion of it. So anybody who wanted to apply for a residential exemption had to fill out paperwork, go to property appraisal or wherever that's handled, and handle it that way. For us, for our purposes, it was solely we needed to see who were property owners at the time of the petitioning who had not already filed for the residential exemption.
Okay, I see. I'm not referring to the residential exemption that gets you a $20,000 exemption on your property taxes. I'm referring to exempting your residents, if you live downtown, if you live in one of these residences that's affected, exempting from the special assessment.
Right. Through the chair, I'm sorry, the terms, unfortunately, are interchangeable. That's what I was addressing was the exemption from the assessment.
Mm-hmm. So there are, in other words, there are some residential property owners within the existing 10-year-old DID that are exempt from the assessment because they've asked and because it's possible for them to do that.
Correct. It's possible for any owner-occupied residents to apply for an exemption from the special assessment through the municipal, I think it's from the assessor's office.
Okay. So to take that one step further, in this new section that the entire district has voted nearly 62% in favor of, even though within the extended district it's only a 37 or 38% rate, whatever that vote was, the folks in the Kinnick Arms will be able to apply for an exemption to the assessment if they are owner-occupants.
Through the chair, yes, if they are owner-occupied and more importantly, if the municipal assessor's office determines that they qualify.
What are the qualifications?
I'll defer to the administration on those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston?
Yes, one of the other speakers brought up your budget, and they suggested that it might be a little top-heavy as far as administrative overhead. And the breakdown I see, it's something like $130,000 for people to perform the manual cleaning and upkeep, $120,000 to provide supplemental safety. and they show $560,000 for administrative overhead. Do you have any comment on that, or can you speak to that?
Those numbers are incorrect.
Do you have,
Through the chair, I didn't bring the breakdown of the budget with the specific amounts that go to, say, admin versus clean and safe. The largest portion of the assessment monies that come in, the one thing to remember is that we're an organization that is funded only in half by the special assessment. We actively pursue grants, other means of funding to make up basically a dollar-for-dollar return on investments from the property owners. When it comes to the assessment dollars themselves, those go strictly to clean and safe and very little to admin, to my position, and others. The largest bulk of monies to say admin or overhead, as you're referring to it, comes from funding outside of the assessment district. And that's an important distinction to make, because property owners often say, well, I don't feel justified paying for events in downtown. What do I care? I own an office building. Well, the truth is they don't, because the assessment monies do not go to cover any of the costs associated with putting on any of the events in downtown. All of those things are funded through separate sources, and we make it very explicit and very clear that any events that we want to put on, that we should put on in downtown, have to be paid for by themselves outside of the assessment funding. So the assessment dollars are going strictly to the men on the street.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There are no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed on both 13B and 13C. Mr. Flynn, I'll need a motion on 13B. They're two separate issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve item 13B, that is the 2010 assessment, AR 2010-251.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moving to second, Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, and also, in your packets, everybody, you should have a document labeled Floor Amendments to AR 2010-251 and AM 468-2010. These are technical amendments that were provided to us by the Municipal Attorney's Office, and I'll move those at this time.
Is there a second on the motion to move the floor amendments?
Second.
On the floor amendments specifically, any objection to floor amendments? Debbie, do you have any objection to floor amendment?
No, sir, but I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. On the floor amendments, ask unanimous consent, so no objection. We've amended 13B, which is AR 2010-251. Debbie, this is just the 2010 fees. Do you have a question on that one before we get into the other one, ma'am?
It's a question for legal liability, so it's probably for
Okay. Dennis, can you hear Debbie?
people who do not pay this tax were allowed to vote for it. And as such, it seems to me there might be a question of legality on the vote. I have some reassurance that resident property owners voting does not invalidate the vote.
Dennis? Julia? Dennis, you're the legal mind for the city. Please, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm actually going to let Dee Ennis answer the question.
Okay.
My
It worked for you, sir.
Through the chair, my understanding is that with respect to the current district, the exemptions, the people who are exempt were already excluded from the vote.
Debbie, did you hear that?
I think so, but that was contradicted in testimony. I heard in testimony that people who were currently exempted were voted, did vote.
Mr. Schutte, could we have clarification from you?
That was Mr. Mintz's testimony.
Mr. Schutte? This is just the 2010 portion of this.
For the AR?
Yes,
Correct.
for the AR, 2000.
For the AR, there was no voting. For the AO, property owners who had already received or were currently receiving the residential exemption from the assessment district did not receive petitions to vote. Property owners who were identified as potential owner-occupied, in other words, we have an owner who owns a piece of property that's clearly inside the Kinnick Arm building, they were given a residential exemption form and a cover letter that explained that they could potentially be exempted from the assessment district if they completed the paperwork and turned it in, and if the municipal assessor's office approved their application.
Debbie, that just refers
Follow
to the...
one more time. I'm a little bit at a disadvantage, Mr. Schuette. I apologize. I don't have all the papers here. But if I'm understanding you correctly, you said that people who are currently exempted did not vote on the existing district, but they did vote on expanding into the new boundaries?
Through the
Is that
chair.
correct?
Through the chair, no, that is incorrect. On the question of voting on the improvement district continuation and expansion, so the aggregate, anybody who currently receives the property, special assessment exemption never received a petition statement. So they did not have a chance to vote on it at all because they are exempt from the assessment and therefore are not eligible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other assembly comments? This is just dealing with 2000.
Excuse me, I had a clarifying question with the...
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
When you talk about the paperwork that was tendered to the potential candidates for exemption, did it influence their vote, do you think, on this doesn't apply to me, therefore I don't have to vote? Or what was the turnout for that sort of comparison to the rest of them?
And I'll have to defer to the administration on that, but I believe, anecdotally, it was actually quite high.
Well, the cover letter that you said, did it reference the fact that they potentially wouldn't be included in this vote?
Yeah. The cover letter explaining the services and the expansion, et cetera, but also made it very clear that if their property did qualify as owner-occupied, that they could be exempted by filling out paperwork and submitting it, et cetera. And I think anecdotally, as I recall, that most people who fell into that category did try to send paperwork in and sent in petition statements. So did it motivate them to vote and then send in paperwork? I don't know, but the numbers were high.
Thank you.
I would like to just deal with item 13B first before we get on to 13C, because 13B deals with 2010. Mr. Birch, on 13C, sir, I mean 13B, is this 2010 assessment?
I guess the question relates to just kind of following up. So if I understand Mr. Schuette, then the people in the annexed area were given an opportunity to vote and to exempt themselves at the same time? So their vote was actually counted, although they may subsequently be exempted? I'm just, it's a little unusual here.
Through the chair, I'll sit closer now too. Any property in either side, whether it was the new area or the current area, that could potentially be a residential property because it was, say, in a condoed unit, they all received the same letter saying, this is what's coming your way. You have an opportunity as a property owner to petition for or against. You also have an opportunity as a potential owner-occupied to file for an exemption from having to pay for it. Anybody who, as of the time that petitions were printed, anybody that was not currently receiving that exemption, but still could potentially be, did receive a petition statement. Because as of that time, they are still legally eligible to cast a vote and actually legally responsible for paying the assessment should it pass or when it passes.
So somebody could basically vote to impose a tax on themselves with the full knowledge that they qualified to be exempt from that same tax.
If they qualify, that's the question.
Well, you said it was just owner-occupied, right?
Well, and I'll defer to the administration, but they have more criteria than just that when granting the exemption. They have very specific criteria that property owners who claim the owner-occupied exemption must meet, such as, how duration that you spend in the actual unit or facility, et cetera.
Mr. Chairman,
thank you.
It's a fruitful discussion, but could we
I know,
hold
I'm trying
more?
to get back to 13B. 13B deals with the 2010 assessment on the people currently in it. I don't want to discuss 13C until we get a motion on 13C. Please keep your comments just to 13B, which is the current 2010 assessment. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Schuette, please come back.
On 13B.
Yes, sir. Now, this DID was established 10 years ago. So nobody on this assembly was on the assembly when this was established.
I
correct?
think that's correct.
Okay. So we haven't been through this before, so bear with us. We've heard about it every year. I've been on 2.5 years, and I've heard complaints every year when it comes up, but we weren't in a position to vote it down or any of that stuff. Now is our opportunity to fully understand this, so please, please help us understand. In other words, from what you just said about the residential exemption, this means that 10 years ago, when the DID was established, everybody who was a property owner in the district, residential or commercial, had an opportunity to vote on it. And that was how it was established in the first place. Were the government agencies and the nonprofits and the religious organizations allowed to vote on it or not? Because they are exempt from the assessment. From
Harriet, that was at that time. This is just dealing with the 2010 assessment. And what we do when it comes in here every year is we simply approve the 2010. Now, when we get to 13C, which is creating the new assessment district, those are valid questions. But this one just deals with the assessment for the 2010.
Mr. Chair, I'm trying to understand how we got here in the first place. And if the expansion was allowed to, it sounds to me like the people in the expansion area were given confusing information. I'm trying to find out if it was set up the same way originally.
It's a simple
He wasn't
answer.
here at that time, but go ahead.
Through the chair, it's a simple answer. Yes. Judging by the records that we've gone through, both for the creation, which occurred in 96, and the renewal, which occurred in 99-2000, the same exact process was used that we used this year.
Okay, so everybody who was potentially going to benefit and going to have to pay for it was allowed to vote on establishing it originally.
That's correct, excluding those properties you just listed.
Nonprofits and churches and so on. So you don't know until those exemptions are applied for how many residential exemptions there will be.
Through the chair, I never know, because once they are applied for, they are in the hands of the municipality and they're out of my jurisdiction.
Okay, and I assume that the cost is spread among the other assessees, for lack of a better word.
Through the chair, for practical purposes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, on the 2010 assessment, sir. Thank you. Ms. Johnson, on 2010 assessment.
This might be for the administration. On the residential exemptions, are they assessed every year? I mean, do you go back and see if it's turned into a rental or if it's still qualifies?
Right.
We do, through the chair, we do an annual review of
Speak
all...
into your microphone, please, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Your clerk needs to identify yourself, please.
Okay.
We know who you are, but they don't on the tape.
I understand. Marty McGee, I'm the municipal assessor. We do an annual review of all exempt property. That's required by municipal code. So whether the property owner qualifies as exempt in any given year, it's reviewed every year. It changes status, generally through ownership change. It would change in terms of its tax-paying status.
Now I'm confused. You say it changes through ownership, but do you ever verify if it's a rental or if it's an owner occupied?
Yes. Difficult to do sometimes, but we check for that too also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Julia, you're not an assembly member, but you've got a comment.
I had just had that on from before when...
Okay, then we may get back to you again, because I just want to deal with the 2010 assessment. Mr. Ritter, on the 2010 assessment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Under AMC 1920-070, the purpose of the public hearing and assembly action on the assessment roll is so that the owners of property have the right to present objections to the roll by showing any errors or inequalities in the roll and submitting any amendments and corrections to the roll. So the Assembly at that point can correct any error or inequality in the roll itself. That's the purpose of taking up this AR.
Thank you, Mr. Rito. And in some cases, we've had people come in from some parts of the district that say it's not valid to assess me because it's where I live, and we've dropped the properties off when they come and testify. And I think our tax assessor agrees with me because you've been here when we do it.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, sir. Harriet, on the 2010 assessment.
Thank you very much for bearing with me. Through the chair, Mr. Wheeler, what are the qualifications for these residential exemptions, and how many are there? And note that I'm looking at, within the AR, the list of the 29 pages of assessments, which range in size from $23,000 a year down to $8.70, excuse me, $1.35 a year for one of them. Are the residential exemptions, I guess this is a third question, are the residential exemptions not on this list, in addition to the qualifications, and how many of them are there?
Through the chair, Ms. Drummond, we may need to break those questions apart a little bit. You want to know the total number of properties that have the residential exemption?
Roughly.
Okay, for that one, I'll have to defer to the assessor to see if we can parse that out of the total roll. But if they're exempt, they may not be in this roll, right? So that's data we may have to pull that may not be immediately available. Because if they have the exemption, they wouldn't be here being assessed.
Mm-hmm. Understood. But on the expansion, everybody's there on the expansion, even though we're not considering that now. I'm just trying to suss this thing out. Okay. So, and we don't know how many exemptions there are, Mr. McGee?
Through the chair, I don't know how many exemptions there are in the AR. The AR, the list of property on the AR is taxable property, so it doesn't include the exempt property.
Okay. And what are the qualifications to be exempted from these assessments?
Qualifications we used are exactly the same that are used in the residential exemption you mentioned, the $20,000. So they have to be an owner of the property, they have to be an occupant of the property, and they have to be an occupant for a certain period of time each year. So that's the qualifications we use. That's the information we have in terms of reviewing the assessment.
Okay. And they are exempted from the entire assessment, or just a percentage of it?
They're exempted entirely per the original ordinance that created this tax district.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burt, sir.
Excuse me, question for Marty. The tax roll on the AR basically rolls up to about 644 items or listed properties. And then over in the other, on one of these others, it references 316 properties. I just wonder, is there a consolidation going on there?
I can't comment on the two lists. I don't understand what they are specifically. I'm not looking at the same document you are.
Okay. Okay, we'll get a clarification for that separately, because this one relates to 13C. 13C talks about 316 properties, but the tax roll that we see on 13B here is 644. Also, we had testimony earlier about the distinction between a tax is deductible and an assessment is not. Can you maybe offer a little bit of background as to what the distinction is?
I won't comment as an expert on the federal income tax. I'm not sure. The way this is levied is virtually the same as the regular property tax. It's a millage, an additional millage applied against the value of the property. So from my point of view, it's the same as property tax. It's just an additional millage associated with additional services. I'm not sure about the deductibility under a federal income.
I was just curious as to what I mean, since I wasn't here when this was originally set up, it's unclear to me why it would be classified as an assessment rather than a tax.
I don't draw a distinction as I look at this. It is definitely...
Marty, bring the microphone over to your mouth, please. We're losing you.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
This is set up under a special portion of the municipal code. have to do with special assessment districts. And so it's, in creating this thing and doing the voting and in the administration of it, it's exactly the same as a limited road service area or lighting district. And in all of those cases, you pay additional millage for additional services. So that's what this is modeled after, and the law, the municipal code it's created under, is exactly the same.
Except this is a weighted vote, whereas a LRSA is typically a one vote per one property. This voting basically weights the valuation.
Question because I think it's responsive to a number of questions that have been asked. Yeah. That's very important in understanding what happened and the outcome of the vote. This is a weighted vote, so it isn't just a one vote per property. It has to do with the value of the property. And in this area, there are a few very valuable properties. So approximately 50 properties out of this potentially 1,000 that are included in this geographic area, they decide the vote. And the other voters, whether they voted yes or no, doesn't make a difference.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis, related only to 13B, please, sir.
Mr. Chairman, if it helps, I can provide the description of what the exemptions are in terms of which properties are exempt and which aren't.
Would that pertain to 13B?
Well, there was a question about what is or isn't on the roll. If I don't have to answer.
Go ahead,
it now.
Dennis.
All right. Under the AO that authorized the assessment district, properties owned by governments, churches, nonprofit, religious, charitable, or educational organizations, which are exempt from property taxes, are also exempt from the assessment. In addition, the owners of qualified owner-occupied single-family residences, which have applied for the exemption, shall also be exempt from the assessment.
Thank you, Dennis. I'll bring up the voting. This is on item 13B as amended. Please vote. 13B deals with the 2010 assessment. We have to do a voice vote. I'm sorry. I forgot about Debbie. Debbie, I'm sorry, ma'am. No, you're not a trouble. It's my fault. Sorry. Madam Clerk, please.
Ms. Osiander.
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mr. Honeman.
Yes.
Mr. Hall.
Yes.
Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn. What? You just changed the vote on me. But,
I'm sorry.
Sorry, technical problem here. Mr. Flynn, did I ask you?
You did.
He said yes.
Okay. Mr. Trainee.
Yes.
Ms. Johnston. Yes. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Birch.
Yes.
Ms. Drummond.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, it's unanimous.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 13C. That's AO 2010-58 and AO 2010-58S. I'll need a motion.
Move to approve.
And that was 258S, correct?
258S, yes.
That was you?
Yes.
Paul?
There we go.
Who was the second? You were Mike? Okay. I'm setting the clock at an hour. Right now it's 9:04 in case we get distracted. Just to let you know. Okay, the issue in front of us is approval of item 13C, AO 2010-58S. Let me get mine up. What?
On the floor.
On the floor. There it is. You're good. Mr. Burt, sir.
Okay. Going back to the numbers here, we have an Assembly Memorandum 457-2010. It says that the Downtown Improvement District represents 316 properties and 61.74% of the estimated annual cost. So it's 316, but if I look at 13C that's in front of us, it has a listing of properties, and it totals 1,122. So I'm trying to reconcile the 316 that says are involved and the 1,122 that it says are counted in there. So I'm just trying to understand. I don't know if that would be...
Chairman, perhaps I can help on this point?
Go ahead, sir. We need some illumination.
Okay. The 316 properties reflect those that voted in favor of continuation and expansion of the Downtown Improvement District, and they represented 61.7498 of the weighted vote. Does that help you?
Okay, so there's 1,121 total properties.
Correct.
Because of the weighting, okay.
Mr. Burt, sir.
Thank you. The other question that came up in testimony was that the area that was effectively annexed into the existing what we just approved in the 2010, the area to be annexed only had a 37% affirmative vote out of whatever's buried in the, whatever's part of the 316 properties that were included in the annexed area. And I'm looking for confirmation on that.
I can't answer that. I don't know. Mr. Mintz, you brought that fact before us. Perhaps, was that a numeric count or a weighted vote, sir?
I brought copies of all the votes in favor.
We can't hear.
Can't hear you, Bob. Come on forward, sir, the microphone. You've got a good voice, but not quite back there.
I can provide the clerk with a copy of all the votes in favor of the expansion and my handwritten tally of the assessments, and so that's how I got the dollars in favor, and the total dollars I got from the DID PowerPoint presentation in terms speaking to what the marginal increase in assessments are. So if you want them.
So
yeah.
You felt it was you weighted it in your analysis?
Yeah, I took the assessments right off the votes.
Thank you. That answers the question, Mr. Birch.
It does. It raises a significant concern on my part. I know based on a small Anchorage Police Department annexation that happened in South Anchorage that I'm very familiar with, state law was changed and basically said you have to have an affirmative vote of the area being annexed and the existing annexing area. So that, in other words, you have to have an affirmative vote. I assume that would be more than 50%, weighted or otherwise, in both the existing area and the area to be annexed. And it appears to me that the area to be annexed here, could have voted, 37% clearly is substantially less than half. And I guess that troubles me greatly. And I guess I would like to have some comment, maybe, first of all, maybe be the legal staff as to whether that's flies in the face of state law that says you have to have an affirmative vote on both the annexed and the annexed.
Our legal issue, individual wants to speak. Mr. Wheeler, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Assembly members, the provisions that Mr. Birch is speaking to are in regards to service areas and not assessment districts.
So it doesn't apply to assessment districts?
That's correct.
Well, this has frequently been characterized as equivalent to a road service area or a service area as in a general sense, but that's a very significant difference if, in fact, you could have way less than a majority vote in the annexed area in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Honeman.
Yes. Well, frankly, we've heard a lot of testimony and a lot of folks come in, and I've never been one that's been in favor. I've never met a tax I ever liked. But saying that, I do know that we have to pay for the services, all the services that we get, and also understanding that, a lot of the owners that have testified have said, I don't necessarily see a direct benefit. And I think that, again, as one of the gentlemen who came all the way from the south end of town to testify, as someone who's an East Sider, and I've eaten at many of the establishments and done businesses with many, companies that are inside some of the commercial properties, as well as on my professional side, both walk the downtown district, beat the town square, and entering into some of the other properties for professional reasons. I think, quite frankly, I think this is something that's been tried before. I mean, it was the intention of the people who set up the district wanted this portion of the expansion included. It didn't happen at that time. For whatever reason, I think Ms. Drummond had pointed out, none of us were on this body, or at least that I know of, maybe Mr. Traney, were on this body when this all came about. And I'm personally in favor of it. I think I I spoke to one of the gentlemen who came up and talked about Philadelphia and my experience down there, and I think we see some positive gains downtown and as a city. So I tend to support it.
Thank you, Paul. Question for you, Dennis. The choices in front of the body, we can amend this map currently, is that correct? Or can't we?
Mr. Chairman, Assembly members, you can.
Not that I want to go there, I just want to know.
Yeah, you can make amendments, but the thing to keep in mind is that under 1920-040, no change may be made resulting in an assessment district wherein the property signed for would not bear more than 50% of the estimated costs. So right now, the rough number is 62. If you make amendments that drop that below 50, you're in violation of this code provision.
Thank you. Other than that, we vote yes and no on it. Comments from Assembly members. Mr. Starr, sir.
Oh, perhaps for the chair to legal. If, for example, the hotel Captain Cook wanted to be in the assessment district and this action wasn't in front of us, is there any other mechanism for a property to be included in an assessment district by choice? Like they raise their hand and they say, hey, I like what you guys do, change your boundaries?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Starr, I really don't know the answer to that. I suppose they could agree to be assessed on a volunteer basis. I don't see why they couldn't step up and say, I want to be included, but again, I haven't looked at that issue.
Thank you.
We have in front of us item 13C, the no other assembly comments. Debbie, any comments from you, ma'am? What?
Are we voting?
Not yet. I've got a couple comments that just showed up on the line, but I want to go to you. Do you
I
have
have
any
no
comments? Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Birch, sir. On 13C.
Yes, I came in this evening thinking I was going to vote in the affirmative on this, and I'm deeply troubled by annexing an area with less than a 50% vote, the area to be annexed. I'm kind of inclined along some of the discussions. If the Captain Cook Hotel wants to sign up, fine. Move the boundary over to was it M Street and make that happen. But I just, doing this, and if we have to vote on it this evening, I'm a no vote. I just am troubled by the idea of annexing and increasing the taxes on a group of people that basically, had a vote on it, and it came into as testimony came in this evening, 37%. That's not a basis for expanding the district, in my view. And I would prefer to, actually do this later and maybe modify the boundaries. But if we can't do that in the fly, then I am a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Ms. Johnston.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I'm actually very supportive of the downtown partnership. But I've also, through the years, as everybody else, we've sat through testimonies as we've done the resolution each year, and I'm surprised that we only had one person come up, or maybe two that were of the original downtown partnership district that wanted to be taken out. And so it's the tone of this whole discussion has changed a little bit, and I had promised a couple of people in the past that when it came back up, I would review it, and I would review it with caution. I, too, feel the same way Mr. Birch does. I would like to see this done with a bigger buy-in from the annexing properties. And I can understand why there's a ceiling, I think, on some properties as far as the assessment. But then on the other hand, it doesn't make as much sense to me when the downtown partnership, yes, it does a lot for the city as a whole, but it also, the downtown has become an entertainment and when I say tourism center, I'm using that word loosely because tourism comes from within the city and the state. And I feel that when you put a cap on a hotel, maybe it's not as appropriate for this type of assessment. So if we do vote on this tonight, I will be a no vote.
Mr. Flynn, sir, on 13C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I appreciate all the testimony and thoughtful comments that have been offered tonight. And I think at least one of my colleagues noted that every time we do the annual assessment, we hear from people who complain about the fact that the original boundaries were altered somewhat late in the process to exclude the west end of downtown. And we as a body, not everyone here has been for one of these, but we as a body have repeatedly asked the Anchorage Downtown Partnership when the 10-year renewal came up to address that issue. They have done that. And I think it would be won't say disingenuous, but it would be, I think, somewhat unfair of us to, having asked them to do that, now change direction because they did it following the rules that were outlined when this process was put in place 15 years ago. So I would encourage members who support a vibrant downtown and the efforts of the Anchorage Downtown Partnership to vote in the affirmative. And to my neighbors in the Knickarm condos, my mom's going to pay this assessment too. I appreciate your concerns, and I did talk to one of your, Darren's left now, but I did talk to him, and he raised the idea of maybe alter the border. But the problem with that is we have other residential units, buildings within the district that we can't excise out even if we wanted to, and it's an equity issue. And so I don't think it's fair to do that. But I do appreciate your concerns, and I will work with you and with the Downtown Partnership to ensure you get maximum value for your dollars. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Drummond, on 13C, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a little confusing. However, I've heard a number of different references to taxes tonight. And my colleague immediately to my left here mentioned taxes a few moments ago. And one of the testimonies earlier said that we as residential property taxpayers can't deduct these assessments from our taxes as we can our property taxes. I know we're in the comments area and we're tending towards taking a vote here, but I'd like to know if anybody can tell me if these are deductible or not. Same as property taxes. If it comes from the city, as far as I'm concerned, I would be deducting it if I was in this assessment area.
Mr. Wheeler, are you a tax attorney also?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson, Assembly comments. We're down to
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
a few minutes.
I'm going to be really, really brief because I only have one thing to say. For a lot of years, it's been contentious because Kathleen Cook wasn't included in the DID, and now it is. And the only thing I have to say is congratulations for convincing them to participate in this worthwhile effort in our community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, I like Mr. Birch came in with the idea that it seemed to be more was better, and I'm not that way now, particularly because of what those that are being annexed into have to say to me. So the challenge I have is the ballot would appear to be two things to two different people. One of them are saying, yeah, I'm fine with my assessment, I gain a lot. Well, if you're a restaurant already in the district, you've modified your costing, you've raised your tenant rates, whatever that is. Now, the question to me for those that want to get in or don't want to get in are not their choice. They have not the opportunity to say, that's good for them, but not for me. Other people are making their decision for them, and if we have to move it to a vote tonight, I just don't think that that's justified, knowing the results of the weighted value. It's a good argument, and I think it's sort of a forced taking, and I would rather have had a separate deal, even though that's not how it's supposed to be set up. It looks like we combined the question. We said, do you want to continue and expand? And that's not the same question that we asked 10 years ago. We asked to form one and do it. In this case, we're saying we want to expand it. And I think if you left it to those that said, do you want to be included, I hear them saying no, and I'm going to support that.
Dennis, I see an interesting decision coming up by this body. I've got a question for you. If we vote to delay, what's the impact? If we decide to vote no, what's the impact? Two scenarios.
Mr. Chairman, there shouldn't be any problem with delay at this point because, in effect, you've already taken care of the 2010 assessment. This is for services.
If we vote no, what's the impact?
Then the district ceases to exist at the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
The whole
Do you have any other comments, Dennis, before we go to a vote?
Mr. Chairman, just two real quick, if you don't mind.
I don't mind, sir.
One was that the code does not require the same sort of split vote that Mr. Birch was speaking to for service areas. In other words, there's no requirement that the new area by itself carry more than 50%. And then two, I gave you a page, I think it's page 2 out of the ordinance.
Yes, you did.
And
Whereas Assembly finds public services are necessary for the benefit of the properties to be assessed, and the petitions for the public services have been approved by sufficient and proper petitioners.
Yes, sir. That's a particular finding that's required by Code 1920-050, and I just wanted to draw the Assembly's attention to it, that we've included those particular findings in the whereas clause for them.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Gutierrez, on the issue in front of us, 13C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually wasn't going to speak, but something Mr. Wheeler said prompted me. Mr. Wheeler, if you could clarify for me something you just said. If I were a property owner adjacent to a given service area somewhere within the municipality, and that service area wanted to annex my neighborhood, my street, it would not require an affirmative vote on all of us who lived in the annex area, just an affirmative vote of the aggregate? Is that what you said?
Through the chair, Mr. Gutierrez, that is correct.
Thank you. That's what I thought you said. I sort of hear the argument that Mr. Birch and Mr. Starr had made, except I don't see the reason in holding this particular improvement district to a different standard than we hold our service areas. Doesn't make any sense to me. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. If it's good in our service areas, why are we holding a different? Why would we want to hold a different standard? If you're arguing that you're going to vote no on the expansion because there was not an affirmative vote in the annexed area, but if we were expanding a service area, we don't need an affirmative vote in the annexed area, why don't we hold this downtown? Mr. Wheeler just said we don't.
You want to clarify that, Mr. Wheeler?
Yes, sir. The split vote requirement applies to service areas, but this is an assessment district. In the service area, the annexed area does by itself need to carry its own vote of approval. For the improvement district, that expanded area does not.
All right. Thank you. That was my confusion.
Thank you.
That was my
get
confusion.
Three people and then bring it up for a vote. Harriet, and then Mr. Birch, and then Ms. Osiander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Who is, okay. Thank you.
I appreciate all the folks that came out to speak on this tonight, but in looking at this map, I see at least 80 properties in the area that we're talking about to be annexed. And we didn't have anywhere near 80 people or even 40 people here testifying against this. I feel comfortable in that all the folks who are residents and owners in this newly annexed area can apply for the exemption, and so that should not be an issue for them. And I would hope that others who live in the rest of the existing district would go ahead and do the same thing. I would also appreciate the staff having far more data. You've heard a lot of questions here tonight. It seems to me that we should have had a work session on this to answer all these questions. But it also really disturbs me to hear that if we vote no on 13C, that effectively cancels out the previous positive vote to extend the original assessment district. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So I don't believe that we should, by not voting to approve this expansion, kill a downtown improvement district that has worked very effectively for the last 10 years. And as one of my colleagues previously noted, we've been getting fewer and fewer complaints from folks in the existing assessment area. The other thing tells me that the numbers are significantly higher in the existing service area than in the expansion area, which means people are more satisfied with the service that they've been getting from Downtown Improvement District, and I appreciate the work that they've done to do that. Mr. Schuette, wherever you are, I can't see you. So I will be voting to support this. It also tells me that something all of us have known for a long time. It's more expensive to live downtown, but you gain a lot from being able to do that, from not having to have a car, from being able to walk to work, walk to grocery stores, and that sort of thing. And it's merely the cost of living close together in a nice city, and I appreciate that about our town.
Debbie, any last comments before I bring it up for a vote, ma'am?
I just want to say that for the past 6.5 years, the main complaint I've heard is the lack of the Captain Cook being involved. I want to commend the folks who worked on this to rectify the biggest problem that was there. My initial concern was voting methodology, but through the discussion, my questions have been answered. and I'll be an affirmative.
Debbie, usually I don't comment. I'll let you guys do that, but in this case I'm going to, because I've been sitting on this assembly for a long time. And every single year, not just the 6 Debbies on here, or 9 Debbie, however long we've been together doing this, it's always been the Captain Cook Hotel. People come in and say, why hasn't the Captain Cook been part of this? Now we can tell them that Captain Cook is in fact part of this. I intend to vote yes on this. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call vote, voice vote. I'm not going to mess your machine up.
I'm going to do it. Okay. Ms. Johnston? No. Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
No.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander? Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. Birch?
No.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that passes 8-3.
It passed 8-3. Thank you for those who have been involved on both sides of this issue. We're now going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to start through on the rest of the agenda. So take a break. And Senate members, return to your seats, please. We're on item 14B, Resolution AR 2010-261, a resolution appropriating a grant in the amount of $105,737 from State of Alaska Department of Transportation to State Capital Grants Fund for a traffic safety resource prosecutor. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come in front of us. And state your name clearly and spell your last name. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearings closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Paul?
Yep, I believe this is a super good program here. I'm all about the safety side, and we're able to capitalize a grant from the state. I think it's I recommend approval.
Any other comments from assembly members? Debbie's left us. Debbie's excused because, as you could hear her on the phone, she didn't sound good. So we're going to go to electronic voting for the rest of this. She's not with us. Please vote.
She is out of the room.
That's approved by the body. Next item in front of us. It's item 14C, Resolution AR 2010-262, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving a purchase of lots 32A, Block 10, Alaska Industrial Subdivision from the State of Alaska for $420,000 and appropriating. Okay. Public hearing is now open on this item. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Hearing and say no on public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
I meant to say move to approve.
Let's see. Mr. Flynn moved it and seconded, so we're fine. Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, I asked some questions of the administration, including the director. Mr. Maynard's not here, but just for the record, I'm going to be a no vote. And it's, basically the prerogative of the administration to support or otherwise. And it may be a good purchase. I got a prescribed use given to me by the director saying that it was intended to be sort of a warehouse storage area. I drove by the building. It's too small. Ceiling height doesn't work for me. I also question what we're going to store in it. Do we need that? Some good answers coming back. The mayor today reminded me that we approved the acquisition in our work plan. And I went back and it says HLB may complete a purchase from the state of Alaska. Did we, when we approved the work plan, actually agree to buy the property? I think the word may gives me an out for that. I encourage the approval if you guys are so moved. For me, that's my no vote on the record.
Thank you, sir. Administration, what's the zoning on this piece of property?
It's industrial.
What, I-1, I-2?
I believe it's I-1.
I-1, like
Okay.
in the packet.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments from Assembly members? Seeing none, please vote. That item was approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14D, backside of page 6. Anyway, 14D, Resolution AR 2010-263, a resolution appropriating when tendered $111,731 from the United States Department of Interior Geological Survey. This is for a USGS hydrologic resource center. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Hearing and saying no one. Public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved in second. Discussion from Assembly members. Please vote. That item was approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14E. Resolution AR 2010-264, resolution appropriating $1,217,340 from the Port of Anchorage. This is a 2010 Port Security Grant Program. Public hearing is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Anyone at all? Hearing saying no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from Assembly members. Mr. Honeman.
Just again, going back to security, the technology upgrade, I think the ports in this security program needs to have these items. I urge approval.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from Assembly members? Mr. Flynn.
Just a quick question for Mr. Rebuffo. Steve, if we approve this, is there any hope I'll get through port security faster on my way down to your office?
Are you asking for something for a vote? Excuse me,
The general public.
I'll give him a call at this.
Well, the general public can clear security more quickly.
Well, the goal is never to make it easy.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay.
In fact, I think our police officers are required to go through security to get down there.
You're right. You're right.
Which I've heard numerous discussion from the police department as why.
All the more reason we need the technology upgrades.
Oh, good heavens. Please vote. No, I'm not running from it. That I was approved unanimously by the body. Oh. I voted. Back that thing back up. Huh? Just make a correction.
We'll note that correction in the minutes.
I
That Mr.
voted.
Trainee and Ms. Drummond did vote in the affirmative.
I don't miss them.
Yes.
Next item in front of us is item 14F, Resolution AR 2010-267, a resolution accepting a grant of $2 million from Alaska Energy Authority. This is for development of the landfill gas to energy project at the Anchorage Regional Landfill. Public hearing is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Starr, sir.
As the title says, this is to accept the grant money, but not to award the contract for the development. Is that right?
To the administration.
It also refers to the fact that you're sort of in negotiations and the RFP has been let out for all of that. That's all a confidential process, but you've got something in mind because we visited this before and postponed it indefinitely. Now it's back. So just give me your pledge that you'll be open-minded to the uses of this energy, because the verbiage is starting to change. Now it says electricity that goes in the grid. Before it said the generation of energy. So I'm concerned as to what we're trying to do here, and I'm protecting my citizen base. We pay a lot of money for energy through MEA. You guys have to recognize that. We're not in the Chugach grid. We don't get that. So I want to know what's in it for my guys out here. Solid waste services rates go down. We're already Alaska Waste. I got to have something to take back to my voters.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr,
The grant is actually, the wording of that grant is the grant application that we put in 2008. And it is what it is. It's what we created in 2008. We have done the RFP process. We are very close to awarding a contract through that. Obviously, you're correct. I can't give any of that
Assembly
details.
has to approve that, though, correct?
The Assembly does have the final approval on that. That is correct.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask the question then, because before it was for the generation of energy, and that allowed the LNG projects to be considered in the RFP. Now, it looks like you've said for electricity to be put into the grid as the criterion. I'm concerned as to what the differences in the grant.
Through the chair. Mr. Starr, the RFP was for the beneficial use of landfill gas, and it was open and available to any technology as requested by the Assembly when we had the postponement originally.
Okay, well, I don't want to get into the approval of the contract tonight, but,
right.
you know.
But I just wanted to assure you that we did have
I'm pleased that you're keeping the appropriate deal, but again, the military base was the primary beneficiary of the discussions before, and again, our citizen base it's a lot of gas, and there's a lot of different uses. I just got to start to come up with something besides reduction in costs or generation of revenue for solid waste services, what else that does for us, and we'll have that conversation.
We'll have that conversation at another time, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Any other comments from Assembly members? Any questions for him? There are none, sir. You can sit down.
Thank you.
Any other comments from Assembly members? If not, please vote. Harriet, you and I need to make sure in this one they had to correct the last one. That was approved unanimously. On the agenda, that completes everything. We're now down to special orders, item 15A. Ms. Gray Jackson, do you want to bring that up or just let it go the way it is? Because I see you've introduced something that modifies this one that the mayor vetoed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're exactly right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We're now down to finished agenda. There is none. We're down to 17, audience participation. If there's anybody that wants to come and address the Assembly on any issue, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes. Not seeing anyone. We're moving on. Assembly comments. Mike?
None tonight, sir. Wait, let me amend that. I know she's already offline, but I hope Ms. Osiander gets well quick.
Paul?
I thank Ms. Osiander for not sharing. I did see earlier a lady I ran across at the great Harvest Bread Company earlier. Her name was Barbara, and I can't remember her last name. She's a disabled Army veteran. I invited her to the Assembly meeting to set part. She came for a little bit, just as the West High students did, and I'm appreciative people were involved in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ernie?
No, thank you.
Bill?
Nope.
Pat?
No, sir.
Jennifer? Elvie?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chris?
Good night.
Harriet?
No, thanks, Mr. Chair.
I need a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second, we're adjourned.